Hello, we are now live, and I'm by myself, and I hate it. It's so weird having no one else there to talk to. Like, obviously, I can see the chat, like, I'm talking to people, but it's weird. Anyway, hello. We have people. That's all that matters. As long as there's someone, that's good. So, sneaky sprints, basically sprints unplanned because I've been abysmal at reading this week. Shit has happened. People decided to start shit, bring up old shit. Didn't want to deal with that. And then yesterday, I had publishers trying to gatekeep reviews, which was just love that. So I have done minimal reading over the last couple days, and that's not well. Okay, it's not bad. Read 10 books so far this year. I'm 5 books ahead of my schedule for the year, but my like monthly TBR is about double what it should be. So I can't really go on what Goodreads is telling me, for if I'm on track. And I'm not doing bad, but I think I really need to start finishing some more books because a lot of the books that I finished, I think at least 2 or 3 of the books I've finished already this month weren't on the TBR. I didn't film January TBR, so at least I don't have that to keep me hold me accountable. But not the point. Sorry, I just noticed Barry. I've got the cage door open so the rats can come and go with you, please. But I just got stuff to make my own rat mix to feed them rather than having pre-made rat mix. And it's in a big box on top of the cage. I just realized they can get into that, so the little shits could eat way more than I should let them. But anyway, point being, we're actually going to read today because we didn't read much on Tuesday because I just felt like talking too much. So yeah, I'm still reading Ascension. I am on page 316 and there is about 488. So, I'm about maybe 150 pages from the end. I can't do maths. I think that's about it, right? I need to finish this because about 2 weeks ago I started Daughter of the Burning City, and then Robbie, who was here on Tuesday, was like, "Hey, I want to read that, and I also want to do more buddy reads." And also in 2020 we agreed to do 50 buddy reads, and we never did any. So let's do that. So I was like, "Cool, I'll put it on pause." And he started yesterday, and he's on page 50. I got to page 72 when I started last week. So I need to read this and then make sure I'm caught up with this because Robbie's adamant that I'm gonna give up on the buddy read or not read and all this stuff. So I gotta catch up. So that is the plan, to try and finish Ascension. Hello, Emily. How you doing? I'm good. I got cake. I mean, I say I'm good after complaining that the last 2 days have been interesting, but I got cake, so I am fine. Yes, 10 books. 2 podcasts. But here's the thing. Audible original podcasts count on Goodreads because they're part of Audible, so for whatever reason, they are included in the Goodreads library. Other podcasts like My Favorite Murder and stuff aren't on Goodreads, which it doesn't make you question, should I include a podcast? Probably not, but if it's on Goodreads, I'm gonna do it, and maybe I'll just manually add My Favorite Murder and other podcasts so I can count them. So yeah, quite a few audiobooks this month so far. But my 20 odd physical TBR. No, it wasn't 20. I don't even know. But my physical TBR, I've still got a fair few, and I keep getting books added to it. Oh my god, I got sent my most anticipated release of 2021 that I haven't read yet. So my most anticipated release for 2021 is The Infinity Courts by Kemi Dawn Bowman. But I read that last year because I got by manuscript. But then the other day, Kemi was like, "Emma, I have the PDF of Generation Misfits," and I was like, "Well, I need to read that now." So I've got that on the go. And then Hannah, who was also here on Tuesday, saw my 2021 TBR, was like, "Hey, Spellslinger, let's buddy read that on Tuesday." And I'm like, "Oh, fuck." All these books being added to my TBR. Then all the books that I keep buying, and I'm like, I want to start this right now. Haven't even got all the shit for my TBR game, and I'm already dreading it because I feel like I'm suddenly no longer interested in TBRs and just want to read whatever I want, but we'll just see how it goes. Oh yes, I put out on Twitter to for friends to know if they are interested in like co-hosting lives, because as I said, it's a bit weird being the only person and having someone else to like bounce back and forth with, especially when people who are potentially joining your team later are in the middle of tech to like tell you what's going on. And you know, I can't talk and read at the same time. It's a struggle. It's a struggle. So yes, I need to keep this in mind. I'm just like, my new thing is spreadsheets. I have spreadsheets for everything, be it authors I need to be aware of, be it like all the books that I own, like books with autistic rep, like everything. I just make a spreadsheet. So I'm gonna have like spreadsheet of friends I can ask if they want to co-host a live with me. Oh, why are you always live? Oh my gosh, it's going slow. Stop it. Why are you always live while in class? Because apparently I like to live stream at 7 p.m. on weekdays, and 7 p.m. for you is the middle of class. Sorry. I will attempt, I was going to say I'll attempt to do earlier streams, but I would be doing like 3 p.m. So let me do quick math. That's like, that doesn't really help me. That's 4 hours earlier. So probably not an ideal time either. There will be times where I will start shooting at like this time and then go on until like 2 in the morning. So like it's better for the people who are in a earlier time zone, but it is what it is. I'll try. I don't know who Siobhan and Connor are, so like that's probably why I didn't even know. I did see after I decided to do sneaky sprints, I like set it up and I was like, oh, Jay's gonna be sprinting at 8, and I was like, oh well, you know, like I mean, Jay had Patreon sprints on Tuesday, like at the exact same time my sprints were on, and I know a lot of people who like watch me are also patrons of Jade, so you know these things kind of happen. I'm not gonna feel left out or like what's the word? I'm not gonna feel bad if you choose someone else's sprints over mine, especially someone who has done them more often and is a little bit more on track with actually sprinting. Yeah. Can we really soon? I'm too excited to get reading today. Yes, I'm definitely hoping to. I'm actually, do you know what? We're going to try and go in. It's like, minutes. Know what you guys are reading first. It'll either be at 10 or on 15 that we'll go. It depends how quickly you guys can tell me what you're reading. I do have, oh Jesus Christ, I do have the this like stream open as well, so I can like see any what's the word comments that are like not coming through to me as quickly. But anyway, yeah, me neither. I've been out all day. I had to go to the skip to like get rid of like the tip, the dump. I don't know what you guys call it. We call it the skip. The landfill essentially is also a recycling center. That doesn't matter. So much for being quick. We had to go and get rid of some stuff. We had to go get some shopping. I also had to do some anti-duty and help my cousin kind of. I say anti-duty, like she had to get me stuff for the rats, so I had to like keep an eye on the newborn for a second. So I've been out all day and I haven't read in like 2 days. Theology. I'm not even gonna lie. Even just looking at that word, I'm like, what? Like, I no, I'm too dumb. I you, the fact you're actually studying that, like, oh no, that hurts my brain. Oh, use Google Forms. Yes, I use Google Sheets, because they are spreadsheet. But yeah, like the Google Docs and everything, I love them, and I love that you can share them and people can comment. Oh, it's good. Hello. Middle Game, nice. I have only read that is Seanan McGuire, right? I have only read one Seanan McGuire, and that is the first what do you call it? Wayward Children series. So I need to like get on that. Cozy reading night. Oh, nice. Prisoner of Azkaban and Northchild. Prisoner of Azkaban, probably my favorite. Sans problematic issues. Dead Among Sticks and Bones. Oh, you finished that today? Yes, we like that. Sorry, I'm like 3 things at once. Can you tell? Hence why we're not starting at 10 because my brain. The Mask of Mirrors. I haven't heard of that. At least not one that I recall. This is my thing. People tell me about a book they're reading, and I have to then go and Google it, and then I end up adding it to my Amazon wish list. Okay, no, that was magic. No, I think that's too dark fantasy, high fantasy. Yeah, that's probably too intense for me. I'm too dumb for that. Oh, I was thinking. I was like, oh, I was like, I know that that's gonna be like religion, but like that sounds intense. But no, they're just trying to make it sound smart. I get it. Okay, so I need to sort my timer. Didn't do that. Didn't think ahead. Did not think ahead. I say I didn't think ahead. I brought cake, half-eaten cake. I say half-eaten, like I ate one layer. It's like I have a snack. That is about as prepared as I got for this. Right, let me see. Let me just close half of these tabs because my laptop cannot cope. How long do we want to sprint for? Do we want to do 20 minutes? I think maybe 20 minutes to start because I haven't read in like 2 days and my brain just will not engage. Like I haven't even read my Kindle book. I usually will not be able to sleep. Like I will have to lie in my bed, put my Kindle on, and just like even just try and read a page, and I haven't even done that. So it's a lot of confusion now, but still reading. Yeah, it sounds like a lot. I mean, it sounds like an interesting book, but it scares me because we've got 3 minutes. I'm going to tell everyone what this book is about because I feel like it's not one that I recognize, so perhaps other people won't know and they might want to know. So let's get Goodreads up. Unmissable start to the Rook and Rose trilogy. Dazzling and darkly magical. Wow, can't even read the synopsis. Magical fantasy adventure by these authors. Fortune Favors the Bold. Con Artist. I like how I'm just skim reading. Like this is remotely helpful for you all. It does have a gorgeous cover though. I could be convinced, and it's being tagged as LGBT, so depending on what that rep is, I could very much be sold. I'm intrigued. I like how I went from, oh, I'm intrigued to, oh no, that's not for me, to maybe. I've heard that before. I'm sure I've heard people say that they kind of get autism vibes for one of the characters. So when I eventually, I wonder that's the second book, isn't it? Is that this? Whatever book that is, I'm going to read it the first one anyway. But when we get to it, that is going to be something that I will keep an eye out for. Main characters by a trans character. We love to see it. I'm like rushing myself here, thinking, oh, I don't have time. But no, I still got 2 minutes. Like we're good. Look at me. Like I'm so on track to like sprinting. Do I spot an elephant? Wait. Oh fuck. This wait, no, wait. I can't believe this is I got it into my head. Nana. I was gonna be like I was going to say Nene, and I was like, I know it's not that. I am never gonna get Nana's name pronounced correctly without double checking because I've got it in my head. I always say it wrong. But yes, this is a tiny little elephant. He is a Jellycat brand plush, and I'm obsessed with him. This dinosaur dragon is a Jellycat. He's a Jellycat. Oh, I also have this Jellycat elephant. These fuckers are expensive. It's like 15 quid for one of these tiny things. Well, maybe about 12 quid, but like, I just. Sorry, so yeah. Which reminds me, since I'm here and I've got a minute, Nina. Yeah. See, look at me. I'm like, no, that's not right. Yes, it is. Fucking Nene. Oh, I'm so sorry. Nina and I are doing sprints on their channel, which is, I think you got it changed to the A space on the 31st, which I want to say it's at 6 p.m. UK time, so like an hour earlier in this one. I need to triple check that. You think I would know? Can you all stop talking because it's 15 now? We need to read before Kenneth is going to show up and shout at me. We are the same time zone, Emily. We are the exact same time zone. No, England, Scotland, Britain, British time. So it's now 7:15 and I'm gonna be late starting sprints, but it's fine. Third book, that's it. I'm saying that's it, like I know, I don't have a clue. I'm glad you find it funny. You can, I'm not, it's the worst thing. I get into my own head and then instead of just saying it, because I know it's Nena, I'm like, what is it again? I know. I wrote a song today saying, oh, I am insanely jealous. I wish I could write, well, okay, if anyone's seen my ukulele like haul, I can write a song in that I can take a song that exists and rewrite the lyrics. I too have a number of Jellycat boxes. I love Fox, so I have a few of them. I would dig around, but oh wait, Bash is here. He is well loved, but I have a few. Why so much? Is this why so many plushes or whatever? Because I am a child heart and I love a stuffy. I actually have another Jellycat Fox on top of my shelf, so they are cute. I want all the Jellycat dinos. And yes, I know PM because I too am here. Okay, we're only a minute late. So stop commenting. We are going to sprint for 20 minutes once I share my screen because again, I am so not prepared. That says 5, Emma. Honestly, get your crap together. Right, is this centered? Okay, that's actually probably the best I've ever managed to center first off. Okay, so we're 2 minutes late, but listen, it's not my fault. Oh, that's awful. Let's not do that. Okay, we're gonna read for 20 minutes, and I'm going to finish Ascension today. Maybe not on the sprints, we're gonna finish. I'm gonna shut up and we're just gonna read now, okay? Like, we're just gonna do it. And time. How did we all do? I got, let me do some quick math, about 14 pages. Nana was talking to me on Twitter about Jellycats before going to take a nap. So I was a little bit distracted. I also had to give Hannah a row for this incredibly rude comment. And then I'm eating some, I want to call it Lebkuchen. Those like Christmas cookies, you know. Also, I'm finally not alone.
Bobby!
That was beautiful. A beautiful entrance.
Thanks, I wasn't ready.
I know. All the better.
You're getting revenge still from a TBR.
Trying to remember your TBR. Oh, wait.
Yo, Emma, I'm going to put you on video for a second.
Took me a minute. So, fuck Hannah.
I mean, I never thought I'd see you reading either, to be fair.
They never learn. They truly never learn. You say shit like that, I have the power. Or, even better, if you talk shit. I've got a better idea for the next time you talk shit.
Oh, wait, I need it. Oh, I'm scared.
Go on, talk some shit.
No, because everything I say is that.
Can't hear you.
So rude.
Anyway, this is why we didn't get reading done on Tuesday, because we just have banter. Okay. Same. I mean, for context, Katie's hating her teacher who is like, just go to church and die. At least you're with Jesus. Sorry, I probably shouldn't make religion jokes.
I'm going to swipe left on that, I'm afraid.
Also, I was trying to, when I was swearing at Hannah, I then highlighted VP's comment because I was trying to be like, oh, because I was like, what do you mean, why so many teddy bears? And I was like, oh, it clicked afterwards that they meant, why do they cost so much? I don't know, but they're very fucking soft. I mean,
it does astound me though. They are very expensive. Like
when I worked in Waterstones, they were included in the discount, so I got 50% off. And I fucking wish I had got more of a collection at the time. Like I should have taken it and ran, but I didn't.
Is that where they come from?
Most of mine are from Waterstones, yeah.
I didn't know where they came from. I see them all the time on Depop, all the time, and people sell them. I think used for like £28 to £40.
A lot of people will sell them for about the same price. So I think I got Bash. I got him secondhand, and I want to say I paid maybe 10 quid for him. And these size ones, the sort of general size ones, are usually about 18. The mini ones are about £8.99 to like £12.99. They kind of vary. The massive ones are like 80 quid, and I'm like, I need them. So yeah, I need to like sweet talk Gavin or find some other Waterstones books out and be like, can I give you money and can you buy me all the Jellycats with your discount? Thanks. You can give me stamps, I don't mind. Who else is reading The Golden Compass? Not me, much to Ashley Faith's dismay.
Oh, it is Ashley been begging you to read it.
You know how I did that 12 books, 12 friends thing? She was like, the whole trilogy, and I was like, absolutely not. Like, no. I'll just watch the TV show. So Nana's away for a nap. Oh, we jumped. Yes, I agree. That does sound great. 30 pages of You Must Not Miss. I know this book. This is the worst thing. Is I can always like remember what a book is, but I have to like Google it to see. Katrina Leno. I love the covers that like that's got. I don't know if that was the original one that Katrina Leno. Yeah, that's the one they got the recover. So like the original one was like pink with like a person looking over her shoulders, and it was fine. But the new one's like this digital art of this like girl screaming with all these birds, and oh, I love it. I'm obsessed. Wait, 32 cat math. Me too. at page 74 of Middle Game. Hi,
Oh,
Robbie. Why are people trying to situate bitch when I'm busy? I mean, I did have business things that I told people I was going to do like 3 days ago and I haven't done yet, but that's besides the point.
hello,
Uh,
Katie.
Robbie, entertain the masses. Sing a song.
Jellycat, Jellycat.
Wait, do
Why does Emma need you?
your
My Ursula.
your Ursula impression.
I mean, Emma, you have your looks, your pretty face, and don't underestimate the importance of body language. Ha ha! There you go. I'm really innocent, really. I mean, Ursula is just a queen. I love her.
I mean, I was gonna say we all love her. We all love her in the villain way.
I've got my plushie of her somewhere. Oh, my poor little hair.
14 Midnight Library. What are you thinking of it? Because I particularly liked the audiobook, but I was also in sort of a what do you call it? I don't know how to describe it. I I find my audiobook listening. There's times where I'm like so invested, and then there's times where I just like I'm there, like I just forget everything. And I was kind of like that with the Midnight Library, but I know I liked it, and it was narrated by Carey Mulligan. So like
Oh,
I know. Bobby!
Bobby! Bobby!
Hi, Robbie. Wait, that
Hi,
was.
Emily.
Hi, Robbie.
Hi,
Hi,
VP.
Robbie. I love your
Robbie.
shirt.
What, mine? Thank
Well,
you.
not
It's one of my
mine.
Benidorm. It's one of my Benidorm shirts.
10 pages of Norchild. Oh, what a fucking shock from Katie. Um, some of them are out and about. This is the really bad thing, right? I do that. I get the rats out on the sprints, and I don't keep an eye on where they've gone. And then suddenly I'm like a rat down, and I'm like, are you behind the bookcase, under my desk, behind my head? Like, where are you? At the
Nibble,
minute,
nibble.
sorry, what?
I said nibble, nibble.
I think it said nipple, nipple, and I was like, I'm wearing a
Oh
hoodie.
no! Oh no!
I was like, this is not the live stream.
That isn't that what they just call OnlyFans?
Yeah, I don't think I think OnlyFans does live streams. Don't know how that would work. Anyway, we're not discussing porn only in live streams. It's not gonna happen. There's a 13, nearly 14-year-old in this live. Which once again, disclaimer for legal reasons, it probably doesn't matter, but like under 18s, you're here at your own peril. But yeah, Sneak doesn't tend to come out the cage. She's weird. Like she's really confident and loves like interacting with me in the cage. You bring her out the cage and she's like, "Fuck this." So she's a bit of like a I was going to say a bit of an agoraphobe. Not quite, but yeah. I think Sneak and no, not Sneak. Soda and Berry are out, but they're very excited today because they got new food because I got stuff to make my own mix for them, and they got to have some chicken bones because we had a rotisserie chicken for dinner, so they are very excited. But yeah, when I can be asked moving, then I will go and find one. Or before. The fox is super cute. All the foxes are cute. Every fox is cute. Oh, hi, Buried. Sorry, Berry must have heard that we wanted rats because she's just popped up from her hiding spot. Come, baby girl, I want. You are wanted. Oh.
Berry, Berry, Berry.
There's Berry. He's my tiny girl. She's a pets at home girl, so she is a lot smaller than she should be. But otherwise she is pretty healthy. This is not a rat video. Honestly, I feel like I'm gonna turn into like an animal creator where I just talk about all my pets. Like I'll be that person that has like 50 million different exotic pets, and I'm like, here's a such and such animal. They eat this. Like I wish I could do that. Fox is super cute, yes. I think you'd love Katrina Leno, Horrid, and Summer of Salt. Only ones I read, but they're both great. Oh, interesting. I always like it when people say, "Oh, I think you'd like it," and I'm like, "What are you based?" Like, I always wonder what people base it on. Like, obviously, like I know Robbie has. Robbie was the true VP. He went to the very first video that I posted, and he watched all of them in a row. Like, if I uploaded a new video, he would watch that, but he watched them all like chronologically, and it was really funny because he would be calling me out like, "Hey, I saw you haul this. Can you not honk like that? Thanks." That's what filming is like for me. It's just constantly like, "Excuse me," to like the
Honk if
outside.
you want that.
But no, yeah, like the amount of times that you'd be like, "I'm watching this haul and I'm very curious because I've never seen you mention this book," and I'm like, "Yeah, I haven't read that yet, and it's been 5 years." Um, I'm always curious if it's like because of recent videos or if you've like seen older stuff or like what makes you, or if it's just like a general like I don't know. I just feel it because I do that. I say to people, I'm like, "I think you'd like this," and they're like, "Why?" I'm like, "I don't know. I just see it and think of you, even though it's like the complete opposite of the sort of stuff you would read."
I've heard amazing things about Horrid though. Horrid's meant to be amazing.
Seriously, they don't want to see you. Go away. We're in
I thought
quarantine.
I thought it was the ice cream van.
Oh god, if it was the ice cream van, I'd take a hint or phone. Or you know what? Get your ass out of your car and knock on their door, and maybe they'll. Can you hear it?
No.
Oh, it's fucking obnoxious. They're like beep beep, and I'm like, no,
You're just not here for it, Ian.
I'm really not. Oh, so I hear a car door, so either someone's got out or has got to the car. 14 in 3 days, so that is Monday,
Happy
which
birthday
is
in 3 days.
18th. I will try and remember that. Although I'm not, I don't think Emily's on Twitter. Emily's on Instagram, so I need to remember that. Happy birthday, Emily. Shares a birthday with Katie's dad. Katie's the youngest here because Katie's 13. We thought Emily was youngest, but Katie's actually the youngest.
Happy birthday to your dad, Katie.
I genuinely thought Katie was like 17. She was like, "I think I'm the youngest here," and I was like, "Okay, thank you, thank you." Right, hi, Barry. Hard and contemporary, magical, and gay. Yes. Yeah,
I'm
you got me on
sold.
that.
As soon as I heard magical, gay, sold.
Yeah. And like, I don't know, like I'm trying to get more into the sort of hard hitting contemporaries. And I think for me, I think what I'm realizing is I don't like contemporary and I don't like fantasy, but if you have like a contemporary kind of fantasy, like in betweeny weird speculative thing, that is my sweet spot.
So urban fantasy.
Not even urban fantasy, because that kind of leads into the Cassandra Clare area, and I'm over that. Well, I don't hate it. See, this is the thing. There's no rhyme or reason. You could put Cassandra Clare's books in front of me, and then you could put like the exact same thing but by a different person. And it's just going to be like one slight difference in like how it's written, and I'm just like, yes, I'm obsessed with this one, and I hate this one. Like, it doesn't work. Like, it's why I don't really like those. If you like this, you'll like probably like this video, because I always watch them and I'm like that, hated that, like that, hated that. Like, it's never like, yes, I like that and I like that, or I hated that and I hated that. I'm always just like, like, and I watch other people's content. Like, I would say that I have a similar taste to Kayla from Books and Lala, even though she reads a lot more like adult fiction than what I do. But it's interesting because there's even things that I like, I can kind of gauge what I will like based on what she likes. But then at the same time, there's times where I would be like, "Oh, well, she hated that, so I'm probably going to hate it," but I already own it, and I read it, I'm like, "This is amazing." So, like, I really thought she would have loved Stags, and she did not. She didn't like it. And I was like, I thought it would be right up your street.
And you really like Stags, don't you?
But see, this is the thing. M.A. Bennett is a weird author for me because I've given 3 of their books, Stags, Dogs, and the Island, 3 stars, but I still like think about them, and I'm just really confused. This was like when you first were like in the comments on other streams. But yeah, like I say that like it was literally like, the other day when you were like, "I'm 13." I was like, "No, you're not." Honey,
Yes,
magical
Emily.
ability. Yes.
Round.
Love it.
Oh, about Horrid.
Oh, I didn't realize that was. that author. Unless I'm getting confused because there are a few books that are called like The Half-Life of such and such. I'm gonna have to add them all. You're all killing me going live at the same time. VP's struggling because somebody else that like I don't know was live, and then I went live, and then Jade's going live like now. So VP's like, I need to be everywhere, and I'm just like,
Why? Who else went live?
Jade's going live just now, and I think Siobhan and Connor. It's that
Well,
way
I'm not
where I
going.
see a name and I'm like, I probably would know like the user, but
I'll say if
I'm
I see a photo, I would know.
like I have a few Siobhans. Like, is it the Siobhan? Like nobody in my subscriptions is live at the minute. So apart
Let
from
me
me,
check.
I don't think I
Now I'm like this. Let me look.
like I'm curious. Yes, why? Wait, what? Are you about us all being live? Yeah, just it's
Oh
clearly
yeah,
the
yeah,
day.
yeah. And Connor, Catherine, and Siobhan are live on one stream.
Oh wait, is this the Connor that doesn't like me?
Maybe.
See, this is the thing. Like, I have no issue with being blunt about it. It's like doesn't matter. Do you know what I mean? Like, you're not gonna get on with
And then
everyone. That's fine.
and then there's me like this.
Like, I'm friends with both of you.
Hello.
This is the thing,
The
though. I
death.
truly don't. At the end of the day, Connor and I just leave each other alone. So I really don't care.
Just stay in different circles, and it's all fine.
For circles, okay. Bye, Robbie. Not Robbie. Suggesting to go in different circles so that you don't like end up around people that you used to have like conflict with, and he is the one person that's a mutual.
I'm a abnormality. I just orbit wherever I like. Are you eating cake?
I am eating cake.
I want a rainbow cake. Where did you get
No,
that from? That wasn't in your Tesco haul earlier.
no, this is from Tuesday. You know how I was eating a cake on Tuesday? I also bought this one, and I've only just got around to eating it. Exactly. And some people, I'm not going to name because apparently they live in my head rent free, and I don't want them to actually think that because I truly do not give a shit. Will continually make issues. Other people, you just live alongside each other, and it doesn't matter.
I mean,
I'm
I just wish we could all be happy, and I'd bake it in a cake, and it'd be full of rainbows and smiley faces, and we'd all eat it and be happy. She doesn't even go here.
Wait.
Oh god,
Can't do it.
she doesn't even go here. Wait, do you even go to this school? No, I just have a lot of feelings. Everyone used to call me that girl at school. They went, "You have too many feelings, and you just want to love everybody." I went, "I do, and I love to bake."
You are absolutely that guy in Mean Girls, and I am absolutely Janice.
Love
I mean,
that.
I'm not well, am I? That's a whole other conversation.
I can imagine you working in the shop that Janice works in.
I can't. I've not even seen Mean Girls. The last time I saw Mean Girls was on Broadway, so
I,
2018.
I'm desperate to see it.
So good.
I think my favorite song from the soundtrack is Apex Predator.
Oh, fuck yes. Apex Predator, and you know when like when it's My Name Is Regina George.
Yeah.
She's like these are real, but it's not her. It's it's so good. The whole show is brilliant.
Why do I not know Summer of Salt?
Oh, you would know it. You'll know the cover. You will absolutely know.
Where's my?
I'm literally getting it up for you because I know that.
I just don't know what my phone is. Because I'm confusing it with House of Salt and Sorrow. I know I am. No, I don't know that. Yeah, I don't know that.
Oh, this was so popular back in the day. I say that it was
Apparently,
like 2018.
Yeah, I was definitely not around then.
Yeah, 2018. It was like really going about. And I've only just clicked that that's the same author.
Because that artwork looks really familiar.
Oh my god, this is such a mood. No one likes me in
VP,
real life.
honestly,
Accurate.
VP, that is what I tell myself in my brain I'm going to do. And then I start to say something, and then I'm like, but wait, no, 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 no. Even though you're completely wrong, I feel really bad that you feel bad that you're wrong.
Oh no. Yeah, I
Oh,
was gonna say why, but then I don't trust this. Because the amount of times Emily's like, I need to go, I've got to go to bed. And then she's on streets until like 2 in the morning. I'm like, so do you like you have to go, but are you going to go? Is the real question. Hello, Sarah.
hi, Sarah. How are your shelves? What? I had to ask. It's Sarah's shelves.
Well, technically, you should be asking the shelves how Sarah are, because
True,
that's.
true.
See, I've told you, Emily always says she has to go and she doesn't leave. Blasphemy.
At least,
Betrayal.
at least it is honest.
Yeah, exactly. At least it's not like, oh, I have to go do something like so important. Um, yeah. It's a valid reason. No, it's a very valid reason. I said to VP earlier, go to whoever's live you want. I'm not gonna like be mad. As I said,
Richard.
Jade has been doing lives actually only since really about December. Like she's done lives before that, but like consistently from like December, I think.
I feel like
She's
December
more
is when I feel like December though is when like reading sprints have become really, really popular now.
yeah. Emma. You know what you need to do? You need to find out when Jade's gonna sprint and how long, and when her sprints end, mine will start. So if you don't want to read, you can just join in the conversations. Oh, but no, it is now 8 o'clock, so we're gonna sprint. We're gonna do another 20 minutes because I think 20 minutes is working good for my brain right now. I'm gonna finish this cake and reply to some messages. So, what are you reading, Robbie?
I'm editing.
Very true. Well, let's see how much you can get done in 20 minutes. Let's go. Okay. Oh, sorry, Barry. I only got about 10 pages. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me get rid of this. There we go. I got about 10 pages this sprint because distraction. Um, how much editing did you get done?
I've got a minute and a half done and my thumbnail done.
Oh, was that because like you were putting effort in, or because you were procrastinating?
I put a lot of effort in. Like I remove every like because I'm a very deep breather, so like every time I go and all the I hate some videos, so I make sure I get out every single oh, and I've noticed I say like a lot and I try and remove
Oh,
multiple likes because I sound like this is why a lot of people think I'm from Essex, and I'm like, I'm not from Essex, but everyone thinks I'm from Essex. And
I can actually. I can see it.
apparently like is a very common word that is used in both Essex and London. So it's like, thanks, like, thanks. Oh, Jade is now sprinting.
Timed it perfectly. Someone actually DM'd me a screenshot and they were like, "Is this who you're talking about?" And I'm like, well, "Jade, yeah, Jade's doing sprints." And they're like, "I thought you and Jade and that were friends." And I was like, "Yeah." They obviously missed the part where we were talking about the other people. And I was like, "No, it's them like have an issue, not Jade."
No, literally, the internet, that's what's great about sprints. There's sprints for everyone.
You're never gonna read. That's just it. We sucked you in. We made you only able to read with sprints, and then we were all like, "Well, we're all going to sprint at different times so people can't read."
Emily's back!
I fucking told you! I told you! She's always back! And I love it because we love having her around.
Literally, Emily is just here for the chat. And I love that.
I think so. I think no, Emily does like you saw her. Or, no, you weren't here when for the first sprint. She was like, "Can we sprint soon? Because I want to read." And I was like, "Yes, miss."
What is everyone in the comments? What is everyone in the comments reading? I'm curious to know.
VP is cursed.
How did so you only got 10 pages done on Ascent Gym?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I've got. It's always when I'm busy that people like message me, and I'm like, "I'm busy." Oh no, VP's breaking the curse. VP was printing, was reading.
What were you reading, VP?
That's the no wait, didn't they tell us already? Probably did, and I've forgotten.
They
Like
might have
I'm
they
so
might have told you, but I would have remembered. I'm pretty certain.
listen, no one told you to come back here. I told you to stay at Jade's if you really wanted to. You're the one that saw that time bit. Fuck that. I'm going back to Emma Novella. Emily's reading North Child and Prisoner of Azkaban.
I really
Oh,
wanted to read Northchild.
I told my father he was about this.
Oh God, don't literally like. Obviously, we don't stand that author, but that scene always made me die. But the thing is, I always remember the film. Literally, Tom Felton just going, "It could have killed me." Ah, ah, ah. And you're literally looking at him like this. Really, Malfoy? I don't see a drop of blood.
It's like it kind of feels out of character for him to me. Like I don't want to get into like Harry Potter discussion, but if he was being really sarcastic, like when he's like, "Oh, Dementor, Dementor," like that, I would get it. But I truly don't see him like faking that level of an injury. It just feels weird to me.
No, I agree. I don't
The
know that.
Night Swim. Kayla's out here reading all these books that I don't know about.
Kaylee, you're just giving me so many recs to look up.
This looks like a thriller. Were you here for the first one that was the Mask of Mirror?
Yes, I've seen that actually was on my predictions of January. Like
Ooh.
my top 10 anticipated for January.
So the Night Swim,
I
I'm presuming it's the first one that's popped up, looks really interesting.
because for me, I don't know what it is. You know, like how Emma, you are kind of obsessed with anything about a circus.
Yes.
I love anything with like a masquerade kind of theme or like a mask kind of theme. I love like a hidden identity theme.
Do you just like autism then? Because masking is the number one. That's why you like me.
I don't know what it is. I fixate on like masquerades and masks. Like that's why Venice is my favorite place because they sell so many masks.
Wait, what place?
Venice.
Oh,
Is it Night Swim by Megan Goldin?
that's the one I'm looking at. I saw true crime podcast and I'm like,
I'm just like that sounds like an adult version of like Trudy Devious. Because obviously Stevie has a
oh,
podcast, doesn't she?
I
Or she listens to one at least, and then
yeah,
Pip.
she listens to
Oh,
one.
oh, it's
I was
Pip
trying to
from a
remember.
Good Girl's Guide. Pip from a Good Girl's Guide to Murder has a podcast.
I was like, I have no idea. Can't remember. No game. That was it. Hello, Berry Boo.
Exactly, Emily. It killed me. It killed
Oh
me.
my god, I really want ferrets, right? And could you imagine? Like, I could totally reenact that scene. So for now, just pretend this is a
Oh,
giant ferret. This is Malfoy. Hello,
Oh,
you go home. You go home. Where's your sisters? Where's your sisters? I don't know where so. Where are you going? You going on to Doobie? Go Snuggles. I had a great day today as well because I got to snuggle a parrot,
oh.
African grey. Let me find him. Let me find Milo. He was looking very handsome. I was just looking like I wanted to die because I was very tired.
Oh. No, I don't think you look that tired. You just look very alert.
I'm like,
You,
very. Chew my socks, thanks.
you've almost got what I call meerkat face. Because you're like,
I'm glad you specified.
imagine. I'd be like, which one? Me or Emma?
Both of us.
I mean, I'm wearing like feathers anyway, so I'll take it. Yes, Mask of Mirrors. Like the cover is beautiful. It's a masquerade mask. I love it.
Apparently it's been a bit dense, so that's why Kayla's switched. Being the ebook off.
I can't wait to hear your thoughts, Emily. Emily.
Not gonna lie, that's what I thought she meant at first too. You were like, that's my favorite. There's so many masks, and I was like, what?
Oh yeah, apparently I'm just living in the hall of mirrors right now, a hall of masks right now.
I was like, okay. It was like, good to know.
I
Yes, it is the
mean,
Mexican one.
okay, I'm interested to know what that's about. Kayla, I want to just base it. I want to know your thoughts on both the books you're reading.
Night Swimming Golden. We're just gonna add. Oh, it's a hardcover. $17.99. When's the paperback out? January 21st. I can totally wait till then. There is such a thing as keeping species separate.
No, you got to keep them all love. Like that's how they do it on the Ark.
Like that's why I was gonna say that's why the rat doesn't get in. The cat doesn't get in this room. I mean, he does get in sometimes. And he goes over to the cage and he's like, "What the fuck are those things?" I'm like out. And Hector managed to run up in here one day and he almost like ate them through the cage. And I was like, absolutely not. Interspecies. Interspecies is weird because like cats and dogs can get on. And like there are people whose like rats and pets get on perfectly, but then there's also situations where cats and dogs will eat your rodents. So like worth the risk? Probably not. So yeah, ferrets are just long rats that live a bit longer. Robbie equals me equals Emily's coming for you.
What did I do?
I don't know what you did, but I encourage this.
No, Emma, defend me.
My dog's like the rest. Yeah, no, as I say, Hex is usually gentle. Like if he sees someone, you know, like when my granddad was at the hospice and we took him there, whenever one of like the inpatients like wanted to see him, he would instantly become really gentle. And I was like, oh well, because like he'd run upstairs, and I'm running upstairs thinking, oh, the rats will be fine because they're in the cage, and Hector will be nice. And Barry's right up, like wanting to go, and Hector like snapped. I was like, I am really glad there was a cage there because you would have had your entire body eaten. So like, don't trust Hector with the pets. But I wish, like, I don't know, I wish we could communicate better with the pets and be like, be nice, they are friends, but just, no. I don't trust Hector. I do trust him, just not with the rats. Mastermind is good, but a little confused. The first 50% is meh because overall. See, that's what I hate about like fantasy and high fantasy is I'm like, I just don't care enough. Like my attention span is minimal. So just like inform me as we read. Thanks.
See, I'm one of those. It depends on what the setting is and how it's set up. If it's set up really well and it's very atmospheric, I'm fine. But if it's like the Night Circus, then no.
And they're really going to be like, if it's like the Starless Sea, then it's great.
No, oh my god, don't. The Starless Sea, I love. Like, I love the Starless Sea. But for me, the Night Circus, for me, is one of those things. It's like, you know the movie Fantasia by Disney?
No, I know it. I haven't seen it.
Basically, everyone says it's got a terrible plot, but it's the most beautiful thing to watch. That for me is the Night Circus. I think it would be the most beautiful thing, like movie, to watch. But for me, it doesn't have like the plot substance for me to just.
It's circus, so naturally.
I know, but it has one of my favorite tropes, which is games, competitions, and tournaments. That was not a tournament.
Well, yeah, true. If it's so is that. I'm just going to jump to the bottom because Emily, I didn't show it because I opened it during sprinting and it won't let, because I opened it twice, it won't let me reopen it. So I can't show people, but you can resend it and I will show. That bashing with the COVID thing. The next one is amazing though. I love the podcast element in the audiobook. So that actually, I might do that. Hold on, let me just go and add that to my Audible because that was one thing that like I think that like words, audiobooks that do stuff like that I find can be really engaging because it's like slightly different. Like there was one book I was reading recently, listening to, and while I didn't love it and I did get a little bit confused because it was like a parallel timeline thing, but it was so this girl in the present day was like reading letters and reading a manuscript from the past, and I was just getting really confused because I was like, are we reading from this perspective, like what was going on? But if she got a text, there was like a ring, like a text tone, and it kind of helped because instead of it just being like mum me, like it would have like bing mum blah 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 and then me saying blah 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 and then it would have bing, so then you would kind of know, right, okay, we're back to mum. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna, oh, there's a 2-for-1 sale on Audible. I've already got too many audio books, do not need any more. What's it even called? The Night Swim. I don't know why I'm typing in The Good Swim. That's a completely different book. Oh, it's not on Audible yet, probably because it's not published yet, but well, it's published hardback, the paperback's not out, but no audiobook as of yet. I'll just have to remember that. I'm gonna go walk my dad. Wow, go walk your dad. I'm gonna go walk my dad now. Brr, it's so cold. I'll save your soda. Yeah, we'll probably be here. I said on Twitter probably till about like 9, maybe 10. I want to watch Criminal Minds or something, and I'm having a little bit of a fibro flare, so like pain, love that. But as usual, you get started on these things and you're like, oh, this is fun. So we shall see. Also, haven't really read very much of this. So, you know.
I know. I love how, Emma, you messaged me going, I am going to be properly reading tonight. I love that.
Even I don't have any. I don't even have like subtle right in my room.
I don't have any rainbows, but I feel like musical theatre though was just super gay anyway.
My Dare to Fall like cover painting is like subconsciously like kind of bi flag. Not bi, well, here's the argument. Are bi and pan the same thing? So I don't know. It's the gist of it. But no, like I don't have any. Apart
I
from if
want
I
you to.
made my book.
Are you going to paint more?
See, I want to, but joint pains make physical art kind of hard.
So
I
that
did
would be an
want to
intro.
do. I
I was
did
gonna say
want
that
to
would
do
be.
like go.
I was gonna say that would be an interesting live show. Watching you paint.
Ooh.
So I personally would love to see you paint the Harley in the Sky cover. Oh, what have I done? What have I done?
A whole Kevin John Bowman collection.
I mean,
But anyway,
literally.
yeah, like I would like to get more into it, and I would like to do like book cover painting. So we'll see. Wait, why is there a surrender flag there? There's a legit pride flag.
No,
So
just surrender it. Surrender
like,
to the gays.
did you see that TikTok where that girl was like, "I know, why don't we do Gate Pro, where everyone just has to try being gay for a month and see if they like it."
Oh God, imagine. Don't.
Bachelor New Zealand, not even from New Zealand. Everything's better than the US reality shows. US reality shows are just edited so boringly.
Do we
Like,
have
there's
one over here?
we don't.
I know we've got something similar. Like, isn't R1? If the shoe fits.
I've never heard of it. I suppose our closest is probably something like fucking Love Island, which I've never watched.
Oh God. Oh, and celebs
Oh
go
my God.
dating.
Emily sent the pride flag, but it's splitting it up to a white flag and a rainbow.
Apparently,
I don't know why it's doing
YouTube
that,
won't allow it.
YouTube is anti-LGBTQ.
It's like, no, remove the rainbow from the flag. Spread the rainbow.
Spread your rainbow.
It's giving me what Skittles do for Pride Month, where they
Yeah, I don't get like
the
I
white
understand
Skittles.
the sentiment, but like surely the more rainbows the better.
I'm pretty certain they have the technology to make rainbow Skittles, so that way you wouldn't know what the flavor is, rather than all be white.
Genius.
Thank you,
Don't
Skittles.
buy flag as Christmas tree topper.
I'd love that.
Surrender to the
Ah!
gays. I like that theory. This is the surrender to the gays rather than surrendering your whatever the fuck it's called.
Tasting the rainbow.
YouTube, quit your homophobic ways. Thanks. I just don't that. Oh my God, great. Wait, are you American? Well, no, you don't have Skittles in America, do you? No, you do. You just have weird flavors.
I think the green and the yellow taste very similar.
They have different flavors though, because on the back it tells you the flavors.
It does, but the green and the yellow are very similar in taste. The only ones, in my opinion, that taste really nice are the red. It's all about the red ones.
I haven't had Skittles in so long.
They used to do a bag of just the red and the purple ones.
I used to set wing gums. Bless my mum. My new favorite thing are fruit gums. And for Christmas, my mum got me like one of the Christmas tubs of wing gums. And she's like, "It's wing gums you like?" And I was like, "Well, that's what I was obsessed with about 10 years ago." But like, you know, I appreciate the sentiment. But I remember I was in like Home Bargains or something, and they had just the red and black wing gums in a bag, and I was like, "This is everything I've needed in my life."
Literally, I don't know what it is.
Not to bring back the controversy of Keris's tweet that caused drama, but I do not trust people that don't like the black flavored gummy sweets like Jelly Babies, wing gums. Like they are the best.
So that's the weird thing. I don't like a lot of blackcurrant things, but I do like the blackcurrant fruit pastels, the blackcurrant Skittles, the blackcurrant wine gums. Although I will say, wine gums are the only one where it's actually like black. Because for me, like fruit pastels are like it's a very dark purple.
Jelly Babies are black.
See, I don't like jelly babies.
But no, like it is good. Like in a way, it's good that I like those flavors because like I could be that person that's I'll have all of your black Jelly Babies. Equally, I have become that person who likes the gherkin at McDonald's.
Oh
Never used
no, I will give you all of my gherkins.
I used to pull it off, and now I'm like, put it on my burger. And I could really Big Mac right now, but there's not up. Oi! Don't bite my pajamas. Sorry, rat problems.
I was the worst 13-year-old. Like me and my friends, we used to hate gherkins. We used to pick them at McDonald's and we would flick them on the window.
Oh no. Berry, leave my legs. Yes.
Yeah. I still can't deal with why they're separating that out of all the emojis. You won't separate any other emoji, but you will separate that.
Do you know what though, Kayla? Like, it could genuinely just be that it's psychosomatic and we
I I,
think
I
we
think it
changed
is. I think it is with so many sweets though, like wine gums, malwams. Because the thing is, the taste isn't that
You
strong
should
in any
say
of
that
them.
again, please.
Malwam?
Mayomes.
It's malwam. That's what you used to sell in the advert.
It's
Malwam.
May.
Did you not watch the malwam?
You were gonna say Mayome there?
No. Have you never seen the malwam advert?
No.
Okay, hold on.
Oh my god, Robbie, it separates the genders as well. What the fuck?
Why?
I mean, I suppose that's more inclusive.
Lot of static. Wait, is this even the advert I was looking for? No, it's not.
Oh no. Fucking Maddie Ziegler has just shared the music trailer.
All I want to do is eat now.
See, malwam.
I just need to
I've
go in.
I have never
Maddie Ziegler
I've
bit.
never heard it called what you've just called it, Emma. I can't even pronounce it the way you said it.
Mayome.
It's malwam.
Okay then, it's a Malm.
Milm.
Speaking of sweets that have flavors, Smarties all taste the same except the orange ones.
And that's why I love that they make bags of just the orange ones and tubes. And at Easter time, you get the orange eggs. Because there was one that used to taste slightly different, which was the blue ones. But remember, they banned the blue ones?
The blue ones are back.
They are, but they don't have the same E number in anymore. And the thing is, I used to babysit when I was like 13, and I purposely would save up blue M&Ms to give to the children I babysit before I left. And those kids were buzzing.
Love it. Yes, rat problems. We're falling into that not sprinting. Oops. Listen, you're telling Robert your leg. Stop him! Oh, it separates the pride flags. Oh, girl's fine.
Oh, I've never tasted Fruit Loops.
I have, but I didn't like it.
I only really like.
fruit. Right, this is going to sound really stupid, right? Because the strawberry milkshake is amazing, but milky fruit is completely different. Fruity milk, milky fruit, nah.
My opinion, best American cereal, Lucky Charms.
Cap'n Crunch every fucking day. They're like
Lucky Charms.
they're like golden nuggets, but with all the more sugar.
No, see, I love a good marshmallow cereal.
It's not doing it now. It kind of did it for that, but like not really, unless you did
Really?
little emojis.
What is YouTube doing?
Agreed.
Yeah, of course. Thank you, Kayla. See.
Okay, it's almost 1:45. Are we going to sprint again? This fucking 3 sprints in the space of about 2 hours.
Yeah, should we go for 25?
Why? Jonas Brothers.
Oh, God.
Stop playing. I don't want copyrighted. Unless it's gonna like.
I'm a sucker for you.
No, it was every single time I keep on coming back to you. Ooh, Sour Patch Kids. Yes. Yes. Just close these tabs. And then I've gone 25. And let's go. Where the fuck is the mute button? And we're back. I read like 10 pages again. I'm very tired. How much did you edit, Robbie?
7 minutes worth.
Good. And while we were sprinting, that's correct. Anna!
Hey,
I was like, while we were sprinting, and she went like this, and I was like, yes. I'm talking
Bobby!
about you.
me?
Bobby!
It's Bobby.
Oh, where you been, Banana?
Being a real nerd.
I'm jealous. I want to join.
It's quite a nice little group. So, like, I've played before, but this is my first time actually like running the session, and I'm DMing it, and it's a lot of paperwork.
But it sounds
But it's good
exciting,
fun.
though.
It's fun. It is fun. Would definitely recommend it.
I love it. I love it. Oh, sorry, Emily. There we
Hi,
go.
Krista.
Hi, Krista.
Look, so many people joining. I am so excited. I was gonna copy Steph's voice. I'm so excited.
So excited.
Which live just ended?
What are you talking about?
Because I assume when there's like a flux, like what sprint has just ended.
Oh,
You know, people are bouncing around from sprints.
No, it's just because they know I'm here now. So
yeah.
Okay.
With a
I'm joking. I'm joking.
With
They're
our,
just
oh,
here-
yeah.
they're just They just want to see the inside of what Hannah's got in stock this week.
Wow.
Oh my
I'm joking.
We'll get to that. We've
Oh, I'm gonna have to go grab some
discovered
books, aren't I?
YouTube is homophobic because this is what it does to the pride flag. It splits it into a surrender flag and a rainbow.
Oh,
I was like,
alright.
Emily, I was like, why don't you just send the pride flag? And she was like, I did.
That's so bizarre.
Stupid YouTube. Rope Crewman 36 just got here. Hello.
Hi, Rope Crewman 36.
And I don't know if you saw it earlier, Robbie. I think we did. It might have just been after we started sprinting. Have I lost it? Oh, Sarah, where is it? Sarah, oh, maybe I'm losing my mind. But Sarah's shelf said the shelves were great.
Oh, well, the shelves thriving.
I think that was it.
I'm so
can't
happy the shelves are thriving because I
My
needed to
shelves are
know.
thriving.
That's what, see, I needed to know. In the comments, how is everybody else's shelves? Are all of your shelves thriving?
I mean, I just cataloged all of my books and semi-organized the shelf. The book's a bit nicer, so. I am currently reading Ascension by Victor Dixon because I was supposed to finish it for 1.5.
Oh, I own that, Hannah.
Yeah, I'm intrigued by it. It's a bit bizarre, but I'm enjoying it.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't realise it was a middle grade.
Yeah, it doesn't read like a middle grade, I don't think.
And I also didn't realise it has a bit of a fantasy element.
Yeah, that's the bit that's throwing me. Is because obviously it talks about there aren't any monsters anymore and things like that, which gives it like that fantasy element in the blurb. But then when they actually come to describe the monsters, it's kind of, I can't work out if it's a metaphor or if they were like literal things, because they're talking about like police brutality and racism and stuff like that. So it's quite heavy topics, and I can't work out if the monsters are like internal monsters or if that's just how they're understanding it. But she's trying to like research angels at the moment, and I'm just a little bit confused. And I hate it when I get confused by middle grade because it makes me feel very silly.
Oh, I don't have my books here, but I'm alternating between Daughter of the Burning City by Amanda Foody and A Pinch of Magic by Michelle Harrison.
Excellent middle grade.
I was like, I just need to do it. I mean, me and Emma are going. Emma's got another book on the go, so I was like, I'll have another book on the go. And I was meant to read A Pinch of Magic back in September on my secret TBR for Gavin, and I did my secret TBR the most stupid thing possible. I ordered it all rather than be able to mood pick from. And some of those books just made me not want to read. Like Queen of the Tealing made me not want to read. The Night Circus didn't make me want to read. Dimly gave me life again.
We were about to be muted for the Night Circus shit, and I
But no.
decided to keep you going there.
I know. I was like, that's why I was like, but dimly.
Oh, is this where I tell you, Emma, that I really didn't like it?
Did you read it?
What, Night Circus?
Oh, I thought you meant Dimly. I was like, what?
Oh,
You
no, I
don't
haven't read
like
Dimly
it?
yet.
I
No,
don't think
Dimly's
you
on the
like it.
list.
I don't think you
Wait,
like it.
Oh wait, Hannah, where did you fall on the Night Circus?
It was beautiful, but there was nothing in it. It's the literary equivalent of a...
She didn't say anything.
I don't think she's realised. She doesn't realise. I don't think she knows.
She does realise. She just wants you to read her lips. But I think Hannah agrees with me. It's one of those things. I feel like the imagery is so beautiful. It would be a really beautiful movie.
What you don't understand is that you have the power to unmute yourself.
Wait, have I had that power too?
Yeah, you can unmute yourself. Look.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, sit there. I just thought I would sit silently telling you it's shit.
That's the thing. I agree. I can't dispute it is such a beautifully written book. Just for me, it just missed out for me. I just wanted more plot.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I really like character-driven and plot-driven narratives, and that's neither. So it was just a case of, yeah, you're right, it's beautifully written, but...
Anyway.
Is that Emily's shelves?
Emily's shelves.
Oh, see, look, and the rainbow is staying still.
I heard them here. Oh my god, is that Winnie the Pooh? That's a Christmas Winnie the Pooh.
Oh,
above my thumb. It's really hard to do that backwards while not getting rid of the phone.
No, I haven't posted it yet, but I think 2 of my worst reads of 2020 were BookTube faves. And one of them was The Night Circus.
Awkward.
And the other one was Priory of the Orange Tree.
Okay. Yeah, that's another one that I was like, I can see why people like this, but I have my issues with it.
For me, it was just, it's described as an epic fantasy. It's 850 pages. It only had 50 pages of action. There was just so much talking and nothing happened. It has a massive dragon on the cover. The dragon is barely there.
The dragon's last 3 chapters.
Literally, you get it very briefly.
That intrigued me.
Pardon?
The dragon was the only thing to intrigue me about that book.
Thing is, if they told everyone that it was a political fantasy and that it was about like monarchy and stuff like that, which is 80% of the book, fair enough. But then I'd go into it knowing I wasn't your target audience. But I also think that the way it was set up, weirdly there was like all this kind of like setup drama, and the last few chapters were intriguing, and then there was just 600 pages in the middle of exposition, and just like every character had to have a perspective. I was like, I don't care.
And that was the thing completely. Like, all we were learning was everyone's backstory and their history. But I was like, but there is stuff going on now. Why aren't you dealing with this? Apparently the dragons are ready to destroy the world. Well, stop talking and do something about it.
Yeah.
Literally, dragons aren't going to wait around for you guys to finish having your tea.
I just want someone to make a note of what time this conversation's happening at, so the next time someone's like, oh my god, Emma's reading, I can be like, I was sitting eating cookies while you two had a conversation about a fucking book.
Yeah. It's like, feel free to blame us, because when you were sat by yourself, you did read quite a bit.
Exactly.
Well,
I think,
do you know what I think you should do, Emma? I think you should put up a timer for when we chat as well, so that way you can.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
Well, I don't like that idea.
I just gave a solution. Don't say I didn't try and help you read more.
Because like, the timer would go and be like, nah, we're mid conversation. This is too good.
The thing is that I feel like with this networking thing that I do, we have a timer for how long we're allowed to like speak about our businesses and stuff before we move on. And that way everyone gets to speak about their business for the same amount of time. And it's for 1 minute, you just talk about your business, what like stuff you want from the network, etc. And then every week someone gets like a 10-minute presentation. And again, at the end of 10 minutes, because you're watching the clock time down, you either speak faster because you've got more to say, or you kind of see it hit like that last 2 seconds and you're like, I guess next time maybe. And then you feel yourself like the pressure of it end, you know?
100%. Like, don't you remember like when you guys
Sorry.
were at school and you had a presentation
Mhm.
and everyone's like, and then you realize it's a time presentation and you're like, oh, it
Yeah.
has to be a minimum of 5 minutes. I've done most of my presentation now in 3 minutes. So
Yeah.
then I'm like this. And then in conclusion, what I need to tell you in this conclusion
Sorry.
is dramatic
Stop
pause.
wearing my pajamas because you're getting me as well. You got sharp teeth.
Fighting is wrong. And that is what I would like to conclude. For the rest of my presentation, I would like to open up to the floor for questions.
Mhm.
Yes, you don't have your hand raised. I think you have a question. Actually, we've run out of time. It's now 5 minutes.
Yeah,
Thank you
isn't
very
that
much.
God?
I can't. If we had a nation, I would just have major anxiety and panic attacks, make myself physically sick. Not willingly, but I was that worked up. And I just wouldn't go to school for 3 weeks. And by that point, the teacher would be like, I don't want to do this presentation anymore. So, pro tip, don't do that, kids.
No,
Go and
don't
do
do
your
that.
presentation.
It's
Your
like the
teacher
thing-
would rather you just say, "Can I do my presentation for
Oh,
just
no.
you?"
Oh, no, trust me. This was the French teacher who was a
Oh
cunt.
no, that's
And
they're a
is
different
not-
breed.
Oh!
French teachers are a different breed. They're not good.
Oh, see, I loved my French teacher because all we
I wish
did
I did.
in French, all we did is that he put on popular movies that we knew with French subtitles. So we used to watch Mean Girls in French with English subtitles. And he went, Robbie, what did you learn? I learned how to say fetch in French. That's all I learned.
Go on.
I can't remember now.
I
You didn't learn it very well.
No.
was good because then I would have probably studied it better and actually been able to speak
Mm.
more. French.
My French teacher hated me. I was a proper like suck up to all teachers. No surprise there whatsoever. And he hated me. He hated me. Mainly because when I did my work, I would then sit at the back of the classroom and read. And he was like, "Why didn't you ask for more work? Who asks for more work? Who does that?"
Yeah.
He wasn't a fan of mine.
My French teacher was just an arsehole, in general. But I was obviously going through shit and whatever. And my guidance teacher like to help with this, and get your attendance back up. We're going to give you half days. So like the way it works for us, we have our classes were I think 45 minutes long. No, they're an hour. Clearly can't remember. It's only been 7 years. So we'd have 6 periods. So you'd have registration, period 1, period 2, break, period 3, period 4, lunch, period 5, period 6. So it was a case of that I would go to periods 1 to 4, and I would go home at lunchtime, and that would be me. But 3 out of 4 French classes were in period 5 and 6, and the French teacher put in a complaint because I wasn't there. Bearing in mind that at this point, this was like 3rd year, we weren't really doing anything that I couldn't do at home. And she like just kicked up such a fuss that they like forced me to go back to school full time, and then I ended up not going into school at all because I was that worked up about it. And the school spoke to her and they were like, just let Emma, like they were like, why don't we, like they were going to work it out, like that I could go to another class or like stay in my class or whatever, but like go along to one other one. And she was just so against it. It was a whole thing. Pet is a fantastic read.
First couple of chapters I got to make it through, and then it should make sense.
Oh gosh, she really has. Here we go. This is a really bad idea, Emily, because my favorite thing is to look at someone's shelves and be like, you have that, you should read it. So I'm now, like, I genuinely, Hannah and I were talking about this in terms of like stuff for Waypoint Books, and I was like, you could do this, but it'd be a lot of work, but like, I would totally do that for fun, so I will work for you. I was like, price, and I'll do the work for free.
See, I always appreciate the aesthetic of a rainbow shelf, but for me, I just can't do it because I see people and I'm like, you've got book 1 from that series in one corner, you've got book 2 over there. Where is book 3? Just can't
Yeah.
deal with it.
Well, it's when I
Emily.
come to do videos and I can't find anything. Like, I think aesthetically it looks so pleasing,
See,
but
I know what
can't
a
do it.
book, I know what a book would look like more than I would remember, like alphabetically. Like figuring out where it is in the alphabet is harder for me than going, yeah, that book's orange, so it's in the orange bit. But that said, I can pretty much like my books are just make no sense right now, apart from hardbacks on the top shelf. But I can probably pretty quickly, if you were like, right, you've got this book, where is it? Like, I'll message my mum. Like, bear in mind, I haven't really been to her house in a year, and I'll be like, oh hey, such and such. Like, if I was like, Hannah and Robbie want to buddy read The Rest of Us Just Live Here by Patrick Ness, I could turn around. Bear in mind, she has moved some books as well now, but I can be like, oh, I'm pretty sure my copy is on bookshelf 3, 3 shelves down, and possibly lying on top of a stack of books. And then she'll like FaceTime me, and she'll walk into my room and go, okay, bookshelf 3, third down. Oh, on top of a stack of books. She's like, how do you do that? I'm like, I don't know.
I can't do that. If
Okay,
it's not directly
okay.
in front of me, I have no idea where it is.
Let's test Emma right now.
Where I want to ask Emily what book that is, the big chunky one next to Sweet Pea.
No, it's too much. I have no idea.
That's why I'm asking her, because I'm really confused.
Oh,
And then
I can't see what it is.
So Emma,
me to show you all Ron and Hermione.
Aww.
okay, let's test Emma right now. Emma, where is Fire and Flood?
Well, I'm trying to put you where you can see it. You're on top of the rat food, so I'm really sorry. Fire and Flood is on this second bottom shelf.
One of the best books ever that no one's read.
Double stack. Right here.
Oh, I love that book so much.
Bear in mind that like 2 days ago I catalogued every single book that I own.
I was going to say, she's going to have a better... We need to ask her in 3 weeks' time.
She'll be like, I don't effing know.
Oh, I shouldn't have got on the ground. I shouldn't have got on the ground.
But no, I agree, Kayla. That is the tea about Priory. The thing is, I'm one of those people, I try and stay very positive. Like, I very easily could have done a rant review about that. I'm just one of those people, for me personally, I don't really publish rant reviews.
Oh, I
Just
do.
because I
Well,
know.
that's been a while.
Crown of feathers.
Yeah. Exactly, but that was like 3 years ago, wasn't it?
I think it's one of those things, like, I don't mind them that other people want to do them. Absolutely fine. But for me, I just don't want to
It's
ever
it's
take
not
on
your
someone's
vibe.
favorite book. You know what I mean? If that's someone's favorite book and they're subscribed to me, I would hate for them to be like, I want to support you, but this is destroying my soul.
I think as well though, like you personality wise, like that's not the sort of thing that you do. Whereas like I think people expect me to be that way, so, and they know, not that they wouldn't know that you were joking, but I think because it's not the sort of thing that you inherently do, like even just in passing, people would take it a lot more personally and be like, oh my god, this must be really bad. Whereas most people, unlike some publishers, with me are like, oh, that's just Emma, like she hates everything.
Literally, I'm just one of those people, like, I'm always like, I really, really didn't like
Oh,
this
God.
book, but I can see why people would like it. I mean, that's what I said about the Night Circus. I was like, I didn't like it, but I can see why so many people do love it.
Wait, have I not missed Gogglebox? Is there a Gogglebox on tonight?
No,
And-
Gogglebox isn't on tonight.
Why?
I don't know, because you think they've got nothing else to do but watch
Yeah.
telly.
I could hear it down the stairs because like my grandma sometimes have the other like the channel like the extra 4 or whatever on, and I was like, oh, I'm missing it, but no, it's not. It's fine. It's a repeat.
Yeah, trust me, I was like, Gogglebox is on tonight, and I was like, it's not on.
Oh, that's fine. That is the Stranger Gang. Oh,
Oh, I saw that at Sainsbury's.
I have an arc of the Christmas Orange by Tom Fletcher, and I've never read it. Do you mean the Danger Gang? Anyway, I really need to read some Tom Felton, Tom Fletcher.
I didn't realise Tom Felton had written anything.
Do you imagine? I would die. Night
what?
Bus Lego. Love
I
it.
guarantee you, he's wrote fan fiction, 100%.
I mean, you watch it. He looks at stuff on TikTok, so
Yeah, he does.
okay. It's 1:30.
Oh, Emma, you wanting to read?
Yeah.
Read. She knows she should.
No, I actually no, I want a nap, but I say nap, it's fucking
Imagine
bedtime.
Emma's like this. So how did everyone do? I had a 25-minute nap.
No, I'm actually gonna read.
Emma, it doesn't look like you've got much left.
I've got 120 pages.
Are they quite thin pages? Because it doesn't look like much at all.
Not too bad. But yeah, it's like I've got 488 pages and I'm on page 353.
At the moment, would you read the sequel?
So far, yeah. Which is not like me.
No, Emma doesn't do series.
Emma does not do series.
Oh.
Right, my first app is ready. I am muting and we are going.
Yay!
Well, how did we do? I got about 26 pages, so I'm getting on track despite the fact that I've fallen asleep.
I only got 10, but I did discover that the main character is trans, so that was fun.
Ooh. How much editing did you get done, Robbie?
I'm good. I just did the last part of representation, which was about autism.
Ooh.
Yeah, I was really shocked. I was just saying about I shouldn't be really shocked, but I was really shocked about certain representation Cassandra Clare brought into this third series, which was she had a transgender character, didn't expect that, and then she had a character who had autism, and no one in this world, like his siblings, knew he had autism. It took someone coming in from like this mortal world, coming going, he has autism. Like
Aw.
that's what's going on. I was like, oh, okay. I don't know why I didn't expect to see it in a Shadowhunter, but I think it's just it's not something you really see a lot in fantasy. Full stop.
Yeah.
Apart from the only book I've read it in is the Casey Warlock Weekly.
You need to read A Kind of Spark.
A Kind of Spark. That's a middle grade one, correct?
So good.
It's with that lovely blue and pink cover, right?
Yeah. And Elle has a book coming out this year. When's it coming out? It's called Show Us Who You Are. And it just looks amazing.
I love the name already.
It's like, I think they're so slow to load. Oh, you'll love this cover too. The 4th of March. I'm gonna have to get up on my phone.
Yeah, so I did all the editing, and of course I watched Hannah's video while I was editing.
Ooh.
I got very excited when I got a random comment, and I was like, "Ah, someone's not reading."
Oh, I
How
love that.
stunning is that?
I like that.
But no, I was like, it's a quick video. I can get it in during a sprint. And then I was like, wait, there's so many series that Hannah wants to read that I want to read this year.
Yeah, it turns out I've read nothing, so they're all
I
series that
I do
everybody
feel
read.
you though. Like the thing is, like when I went back and watched all of Emma's videos, I can see like when Emma was at Waterstones, and then when Emma was very active on BookTube, like because there's certain books Emma's picking up that I know Emma now would not pick up. So things like
There's a discount.
so like the Shadowhunters, I know Emma wouldn't pick up now.
To be fair, I picked that up because my colleague gave me the first 2 books and was like, you need to read those. The first one's a bit boring, but stick with it. And I really liked the first one. And then by the third one and the first Infernal Devices, I was like,
I think it's just it is one of those series like for me, don't get me wrong, I love what Cassandra Clare has done because for me, I'm that person. I get really upset when a movie ends because I'm like, no, I need to know what these characters are doing next. Like what happens? I need to know. Same with TV shows, everything. I just need to know. So it is, I think, amazing that this whole universe has been built up so much. But I think unless you have stayed up to date, it's very intimidating. Like going, there is currently 25 books in that universe.
That's nuts. That's nuts. I think the thing with me is like, yeah, it is intimidating, but also I find this with like series that go on for like over 10 seasons. It gets to the point where it's like, well, how much more of this is there to develop? Because at this point, like you're just rehashing almost old storylines and stuff like that. It gets really repetitive. Now, I understand that like it is a facet of anxiety that you like watching the same shows over and over again and like reading from the same worlds over and over again. And I find great solace reading things that I already know and are familiar with. So I guess for those like people that actually they want that extended universe. I mean, it's obvious in people that like say for example bromance genre. There are so many books published every year that are exactly the same. They have the same kind of front cover, they have the same premise, they have the same writing style because people like going to those things and knowing exactly what they're going to get. And like that's fine, but I get exhausted by it because I know that I have a very short attention span and I need to read diversely.
The thing with like the Cassandra Clare stuff is when it's particularly like the same characters or connected characters, I'm just like, yous are not the most important people in this world. Like, move on. Where is everyone else?
Yeah. I mean, I literally said in my books I'm not going to read this year video that Cassandra Clare needs to take a sabbatical. Just take a year off. Have a holiday.
Then I said as well, like, this woman has to have a stamp because she physically can't sign books now because like she's got an issue with her wrist. So like maybe if you weren't typing so much. Like,
Actually, like I feel like so many authors though this year have now got wrist problems.
I
Like,
mean, I do, but I also have a chronic illness.
so you've got Cassandra Clare, Naomi Novik, I know has also like got a bad wrist. Someone else I can't remember their name, and I'm just like, step away from the keyboard. Like, just have a mocktail or a cocktail, whatever you want to drink. My first thought was go to the mocktail,
Yeah.
but like, it's just one of those things. Like, there's certain authors like who just bring out so many books. Like, V. Schwab's another one. Like, it's really hard keeping up with V. Schwab because she publishes in adult, young adult, middle grade, and you're just like, I can't keep up. And it is hard, I think, unless you've been up to date with all these authors this whole time, like coming in. Like for me, I never read a lot of these books that were on BookTube till last year. So now I'm like, I didn't even hear of V. Schwab till last year. I feel like I'm an alien.
Neither did I. I didn't know who she was.
Sarah J.
Didn't know who
Maas.
she was.
I never heard of Sarah J. Maas before. Like I heard of Cassandra Clare, but that's because my mum, like when she gets me presents, she would always get me like box sets from the works.
Mm.
And I remember she got me the Mortal Instruments from the works. I've owned the Mortal Instruments, I think, since 2012. And I never
Yeah.
read them until 2018.
They were introduced to me by a friend of mine who was obsessed with like Buffy the Vampire Slayer and like those kind of urban fantasies. So she was like, "Oh my god, I found this book series. I think there were only 2 books out at the time, and she was like, I can't wait because it is like Buffy the Vampire Slayer but set in New York." And I was like, sold. As an adult, I'm like, they are nothing like that, but I can see what she's saying.
That is what would sell a book to me. Like Emma got me a book that I put on my wishlist because Emma was like this. It's described as Buffy the Vampire Slayer meets Sherlock Holmes. I was like, I was sold already just on the Buffy the Vampire Slayer like reference. Like, there's 2 things that will sell me on any book: Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and I know it's trash, but The Hunger Games. Describe any of those 2 things, and I'm like, I will sell it. If it's like The Hunger Games meets painting walls, I will still buy it.
Understandable. Have you read Meg Cabot's The Mediator series?
What is the first book called?
I think it's Mean Spirits. I've
got her other series here that I haven't read, which I think is Greek, which is Abandon.
Oh yeah, no, it's not those ones. One sec.
Yeah, and Emma, I will read Jacoby soon. It seems like it's gonna be a really quick read as well.
Yeah. I don't know how close it is to Buffy. I've never seen Buffy, so I can't confirm, but I liked
Emma,
it.
you're breaking my heart.
10, 12 pages, now brushing your teeth. Read nothing.
At least you're staying consistent, VP.
Do you know what I love? I love that we have like no information about who VP is. Like, they are just a person.
Well, I know now that they have a boyfriend.
That doesn't really give you any information apart from the fact they have a boyfriend.
I'm intrigued.
So it's called Love You to Death. There are 6 in the series, and I've been doing like a complete reread. This is basically Buffy the Vampire Slayer, but if she was obsessed with ghosts, not vampires. So the first one, she does like a little ghost hunt thing, like to the point where it has like a Giles character, it has a Willow character, it has a Xander character. Her cat is genuinely called Spike. Like it is a complete rip-off, but I love it so much.
That is my comfort show. Like Emma, I feel like every time I associate Emma with a comfort show, it would be Bones.
See, it's really funny, right? Because this is what I was talking about earlier when I was saying like it's interesting how people associate stuff, because I really got into talking to Robbie when I was first watching Bones, which was about this time last year, and I've never rewatched it. So to me, it's not a comfort show in that I've not like binged it. To me, I would say Criminal Minds or like Doctor Who, but Bones is definitely going to be a comfort show, which is like so weird to me that Robbie can like call that out.
I think that's a good thing to have though. Like I'm one of those people, like what Hannah said earlier, it kind of freaked me out a little bit because I was like, Hannah just described me. So basically, Emma, you know me very well at this point. You know my anxiety is really bad. So it's like Emma's. I think had me break down to her in the last year like a ridiculous amount of time.
This man, I don't know why he comes to me with issues because I just sit there and I'm like, Robbie, this is not a problem. And like, I mean, obviously, I've been there with anxiety, so like, I get it, but I'm also that person now that's just like, get over it. Like, but yeah,
Because of that, I will watch the same show so many times, and I didn't realize it was a coping method for my anxiety until someone went to me going, "Do you know why you do that?" And I was like, "No." They went, "Because your brain already knows what's going to happen.
yeah.
You feel super relaxed and comfort."
Can I just disclaimer when I say like, oh, just go over it? Like, I don't actually say that.
No, I get what you mean. Thank you for
No, but
clarifying.
I know other people are going to be like, "What you tell your friends to get over their anxiety?" Like, no, it's a joke.
And my comfort shows that I will always rewatch is Buffy the Vampire Slayer /
Mhm.
Angel because
Epic. Yep.
Glee because
Okay.
it's trash, but I love it so much being a musical theatre student, and
Makes sense.
Crazy Ex-Girlfriend.
Okay, I never got into Glee when it came out, probably because the girl that kind of was like, "Oh, you should really watch this." Like, we didn't really get on, so I was just like, no. And then Crazy Ex-Girlfriend, I don't know, I just couldn't get into it. Probably because I've been a crazy ex-girlfriend. I don't know. Maybe it's too close to home. But no, I can see what you're saying though, and I think I think it was San Diego University did a study where they showed that people actually enjoy reading and TV shows more if they know what happens in the last 3 chapters. So even if you don't necessarily know like what the resolution is or how it ends, people are statistically more likely to know, like, to enjoy it if they know how it ends, because your brain isn't creating all these possible scenarios, so you can just enjoy it. Yeah, and I think that's the thing. So like, if you're watching a show that you know like the beats of it, that's why like so many. I love a procedural. I love watching like an old school murder mystery.
Blown my mind because like back in the day, right, when I was like seriously not okay, I used to like I would thrive on watching like CSI and stuff. But I remember when I was first watching Criminal Minds, I feel like to me it feels like it's a show I recently watched, but I know it was literally back like 2015 that I watched it. And I would sit and I would put an episode on before I had like I would sit and be like, right, I have to go to work in like an hour and a half. Like say it was like an hour. I would put an episode on and I would know I had 45 minutes and like kind of knowing the structure of where the episode is, I was able to kind of mentally prepare and slowly get that, right, you need to now get up and go to work.
Yeah. Yeah.
I get it. It's like
It
even now I'll be like watching it at night and I'll be like, okay, it's 1 a.m. And then obviously like I'll get to like the resolution and I'm like I don't know, just like I can like judge things. I literally judge things not like based on a TV show, but it's like if someone's like, oh, you can watch a 45-minute Doctor Who episode or a 45-minute Criminal Minds episode, I'm gonna watch Criminal Minds. Because it's like, oh, I don't like this. No.
Yeah. So, welcome to Psych 101 with Hannah, her basic AS level psychology knowledge. But yeah, like it's true. But the thing is though, like it can work in 2 ways. So the problem is like I noticed. Did either of you ever watch the TV series Castle, which was the Nathan Fillion as a writer solving murders?
I had it on my list, but then I was like, I don't know what happens, so I'm not ready for it.
I need to just jump in and say that fucking series confused the shit out of me when somebody like was asking me for the book and they wanted like because they have a book series and it's like written by the character, but Waterstone System had the actual writer as the name. They're telling me this name, and on the book it has the character name. Trying to find this fucking book. Anyway.
Yeah, so essentially, the premise is, for those of you in the audience that don't know, Castle is kind of like your he's a classic American novel writer, but of like crime thriller dramas. And basically the opening line is there are two types of people that spend a lot of time thinking about murder: crime writers and actual murderers. And then he meets Kate Beckett, who is this detective, and someone has been setting up a murder to look like his books, and he helps her solve the crime. And he's been really struggling to like write his next book. He's been suffering from like what's it called when you can't think? Writer's block. That's it. irony, and he he ends up like wrangling, so that he ends up going on missions with her and like solving crimes. And there's always like a weird twist to them. But the problem I had with it is it's a 40-minute show, and if you had not met a character by the 21st minute, it wasn't them. No matter how like dramatic it was, no matter how the reveal came about, if you had not met a character by the 21st minute, they didn't do it. And I worked that out really, really quickly. And I was watching them on Netflix, and obviously in Netflix you can literally watch the time like count down. And it got to the point where I was just like, okay, well, I know exactly who it is. And like I still enjoyed the stories, and there was something quite satisfying about working that out. But it was really frustrating being like, oh, I really was hoping it would be this person. And actually, no, I know it's only going to be these people. And the only times it was ever not the case is if they did a cliffhanger ending that they then carried over either into the season finale or the first episode of the following season. But I stopped watching Castle after season 5 because it's a, you know, male and female cast. There was this constant like, will they, won't they romance, which fair enough, I love those, but the two actors hate each other, like really didn't like each other, to the point where there were scenes in season 4 and 5 where they filmed completely separately. Like they just didn't want to be on set. Like they had a massive row and they just didn't want to be on set. So I already was like, like there is chemistry there. It's great that they've got that on screen, considering the other person isn't necessarily there when they're recording. But I don't know how I felt about making two people who don't like each other have that sexual tension just to kind of as fan service. Didn't like that.
Whereas
but
I think in Bones that works really well. Like even I got to the point where I was rooting for these two, and I was like, why?
Yeah, exactly. And it's very, very similar, and it's probably based on that. But and then the other thing was, because they kept getting renewed for more seasons, their season finales got really, really dramatic, and they would break up nearly every season. Every season, the finale would do something to separate them. So at one point, she's kidnapped. Then the next season, he's kidnapped. Then she's in an explosion and has like a sudden realization that she can't do this because, you know, she doesn't want to risk getting hurt. And then on the day of their wedding, he gets kidnapped, and then he gets taken to England for a year. So then she moves on, and then he comes back. And it was, oh my God, what a waste of time. So up to season 5, I was like, done. But the actual like procedural episodes were really good. So yeah, those are my feelings.
I'm trying to think where this conversation started, and I've completely forgot.
Where we feel comfortable reading things on a regular basis and rereading and rewatching and things like that. I think
why did we bring up rereading?
I don't know. I could have sworn there was a reason. There was a reason.
That's the weird thing. Like, being someone who likes to rewatch a lot of things, I don't actually allow myself to reread a lot.
Buffy the Vampire.
Cassie Clare and her 25 book series and Anxiety.
Yeah.
That's how it started.
That's the thing. I don't know about you guys, but I actually don't allow myself to reread a lot. I wish I did. I think it's just
like, I will tend to be like, oh, I want to reread my favorites. Like, I'm going to reread Harley in the Sky. But then there's other books, like A Place Called Perfect. I listened to the audiobook of that last year. And like, I was in one of my, I'm paying attention, but like, I'm not really with it things. Like, I don't really know what happened. And I now own all 3 books in paperback because they're pretty. And it's like, part of me is like, oh, I don't love it. So should I bother rereading it when I could read something that might potentially be my new favorite? But I'm trying to be like, well, no, like, reread it. Like, why not? Like, just because, you know, you didn't hate it, and just because it wasn't like 5-star best thing ever, I want a tattoo of it, like, give it a go. VP,
my issue is
Park.
Say that again.
I'm saying VP needs to get South Park.
Yeah.
You mean Rosie? That is VP's name.
Oh yes, because I remember, because that's Molly's cat's name. Anyway, Hannah.
Yeah, I can't reread stuff because I end up just skipping chunks because my brain goes, you remember this, and then I end up so I can't concentrate on books. I have to have at least 5 years between a reread.
I think what my thing is, my TBR is very similar to Emma's. Like, I mean, Emma has more because of the ebook amount, but my physical TBR, I have so many, and I'm like, if I'm to allow myself to get any more books, I have to get more books off my TBR. But although I am allowing myself more rereads this year, just because I was like, you know what? you love certain books, and I want to be able to do that. So I'm rereading the Percy Jackson series from the beginning now because they're all
Oh,
out now, which is
tattoo
still.
for a book that I have read once.
Imagine if you ever reread that and hated it, and it's on your arm.
Oh no, don't. The artist who did this, she had on her Twitter today, like someone else got a tattoo on her piece, and she's like, "Oh, I've now got like a nice collection of like people that have my art on them." And I commented, she was like, "I love getting a message and seeing another one." And I was like, I was like, and I said something like, "Oh, I'm sure I'll end up with more." And she replied to me like during that last sprint, she was like, "Something tells me you will," and like a sort of sly face. And I'm like, "What do you know that I don't, or is this just a generic comment?" Because she's like not the most like social media savvy, so I'm like, maybe you don't mean that emoji in the way that I'm like perceiving it, but you're making me think that you know something, and I'm gonna die. So I'm excited. The trash relief boyfriend. Yes,
Honestly, I think that's my thing. Those are the only TikToks I really live for right now. When people are going like those like kind of like fake therapy sessions going, so why are you single? Well, what kind of boy are you looking for? I'm looking for an assassin. Like a very specific kind of assassin. Because that's me. I'm sorry. Fictional like boys are just such a high tier. Real life people just don't measure up, I'm afraid.
Superior in every way.
my boyfriend's
Exactly
like
that.
a grumpy Care Bear. My
Oh,
girlfriend's
that's kind of cute.
Emily, you're 13. It's fine.
Hey, Emily's almost 14 now.
Then it's a problem when you hit 14. Oh.
Emily, I relate. There's somewhere out there. Ooh, well done, Krista.
Oh, that's cute. I mean, I say it's cute. You're maybe using his account. Big Bang Theory. I never really got into it. I tried, but I just didn't.
I tried, but I'm actually enjoying the prequel show more, which is Young Sheldon.
Turns out someone I know, Queen Lily's mum, Robbie, you know, knows like
Oh my
young
God, I thought you were
Sheldon's
about to say Queen Lily's mum is in it.
Oh God, I'd be so more excited. No, they know like young Sheldon. I'm like,
He
hey,
is-
what?
Oh my God, just perfect casting. That little boy is so talented.
Hello, Jamie.
Jamie!
Hi, Jamie.
Oh yeah, and your cat Molly, I remember. I mean, I high key wouldn't mind being what sorry, I can hear a rat rustling. Where are you? You're down there, that's fine. Like there's times where I just think back to those like ancient days where, you know, the rich girls got to live in the nice fancy house and just sat by the window reading shitloads of books. Like that's the aesthetic I love. And I you know, like you see like those aesthetic photos of that like historical thing, and it's like, can you just imagine like where's my Kindle? Lost it again. What a shame. I can't demonstrate because I've lost my Kindle. It just it's just with like, you know, gal in my hoodie reading an e-reader, like it's a whole different thing. Audiobooks though, I fucking love an audiobook. I can sit and de-weed my Animal Crossing island, or I made the mistake of buying the game House Flipper, where you literally just like clean and declutter and redecorate houses. Can't even tidy my own fucking room, but you know, apparently
I'd say, Emma, just come down to Folkestone. We've got a 7-bedroom house you can declutter, and I'd really appreciate the help.
Bedroom house. Jesus Christ, they weren't joking when they said accountants make money.
Okay, so it was run down when we bought it, and it's still run down 30 years later.
One
So
of those fixer-uppers that you don't fix up.
yeah, 100%.
I love Folkestone.
You know where Folkestone is? No one ever
Yes.
knows where
I
Folkestone
used
is.
to live in Kent.
No way. Whereabouts?
Shittingbourne.
Ah, yes, I'm familiar.
Oh, Emma's just like,
Oh,
God, I don't
Emma's
associate with
sad.
Kent people. Yeah, for
Why
a year,
am I here?
for a year, I lived in the Isle of Sheppey.
My dad was born on the Isle of Sheppey.
It's not a great place, I'm not gonna lie.
It's not. Every time I mention it, he's like, "Don't tell people that."
Literally, I mean, it had a nickname which I won't say, but I was like, okay. Then I moved to Sittingbourne. My favorite places to go were like Canterbury and Maidstone, like the old people places. They're very
Yeah.
old people places. I love them though because I'm an old style.
But Canterbury has so much, like, okay, so you got history stuff during the day because you've got the Chaucer. They've got like those animatronics doing like the Canterbury Tales thing that I love. You've got the Pound, which used to be a prison that they've now turned into a bar. My favourite place to visit. So many like cute little coffee shops and stuff. Plus the university, so lots of student nights of cheap drinks.
Yes, I
What-
used to
what
go.
I love.
Maidstone used to be my favourite place to go. Like to the club, like jumping jacks. I think that's how you know I'm telling the truth now. I can
Yeah,
list
yeah.
places. Literally, like because there's nowhere to go in Sittingbourne. There's one club, and it's above a Burton's. Like
Yeah, that
soda
sounds about
shop.
right.
And it's called Life, and we used to say it was a club in a shoebox. And literally, I was like this. And obviously, coming from London, I was like this. You guys call this a club?
What is this? Yeah.
I call this my friend's house. Like, what is this?
I was the opposite because Folkestone had one club. It was called the Priz, except it wasn't. There was always a different sign outside because it was always owned by someone else, but everyone knew it as the Priz. And it was one room and a cheese room, and both rooms were tiny. So when I went to uni at Kingston, the clubs are massive.
Wait,
so
what?
I was at Twickenham, but I spent all of my time at Kingston.
That's where I went to uni.
No, when?
Wait, you are
When?
only 2 years apart.
I was,
Yeah.
I was at Kingston at 2011 to 2014.
I was at uni, I think, from 2011 to 2014.
What did you
That's
study?
so weird.
What did you
What was
study?
Yeah, what were you studying, Hannah?
I was doing English with creative writing.
I knew some people on the English and creative writing because they were double out the drama.
There we go.
Did you
Imagine if it was actually
Did you know George Lester?
I know the name, but I
Because
didn't.
obviously he's published now.
Sounds about right. I swear,
Yeah.
nearly all of the cohort that I'm like, oh, I know that, but that's because they're published. We were literally like the first reading sprint that Emma Curris and I did was Lucy Cthulhu, who was on my masters, who was published. I'm like, that's cool. You guys get published. I'll just be over here self-publishing, I guess.
I love that though. But no, that is so weird. Oh my god.
Small
It
world.
turns out that the drama and English people that mingled decided to all go out one night, and then a bunch of the other English people well, we'll come along, and it turns out that you two went to a club together. No
It really wouldn't surprise me because in Kingston you had obviously McCluskey's, which was the go-to.
Oh my
And
god.
they
so-
did I used to go to their new slang evenings on Thursdays. They're kind of alternative music night.
I would always go
But
on, I would always go on the Monday,
there you go.
the Klasky Mondays, because that's when
Yeah.
they would normally have a live act. Like I saw Kerry
Yeah.
Hilton there. She sang to me and told me that I was pretty.
Aww. Love that for you.
But I mainly went to Amagy, aka the library,
Mhm.
because I just wanted to go on the pole all the time.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
But apparently, it's a really cool place now called the library, and the whole club is just made up of bookshelves.
Okay.
And I was like, that is so
That
my
was what me
brand.
and
Why was that not around?
Yeah.
That was
Yeah. I just got
I
the
can imagine
cheese
Emma
side
going
of,
in there and just being like, just starts reading, going, "What are you doing? Just read it."
Don't mind me.
overload, may as well just read.
Yeah.
And then
Ooh.
obviously we had the Oceana, which was always on that nightclub show where you see people
Yeah.
getting arrested for stabbing
Yeah.
and things like that.
Yeah. Anytime it comes up, I'm like, oh, I went to uni near there.
To be fair, I've been to one club, and it was a friend's birthday, and we had a table, and I don't really remember much because I was not interested at all.
I don't go anymore at all. I'm so over that part of my life now. I'm just like,
Yeah.
it's not the great, because let's be real, the whole time you're there, it's crowded, it's loud, you're having to scream at people. The floor is so sticky,
Mhm.
and the drinks are so overpriced.
Drinks are overpriced. It always smells like farts. Why does a club always smell like farts? I hate that. I hate that. And anytime a club tries to do a themed evening, it never goes the way you want it to go. So I went to 2 foam parties and both were awful because the first one, my friends were like, "Oh, we need to be right at the front so we can hear the music," but that also means that you're right under the foam machine, and it blew so much foam into our faces that I genuinely got claustrophobic and was like, "I need to get the fuck out of here." That was awful. The second one I went to, it was essentially just a paddling pool of foam. That was gross. I went to one where it was like pizza party, and I was like, I'm just here for the free pizza. So
Yeah.
Oh my god, I went to that too.
love that.
And I still remember who hosted our Freshers Week. Dick and Dom.
Mm-hmm.
Dick and
Classic.
Dom, of all people, at the silent disco. Actually, wish I'd gone to drama school.
Yeah. God, could you imagine? That's like, that to me is so bizarre. It's so bizarre to come like full circle. Like literally, we met last week, but actually, we could have met nearly 10 years ago.
Literally
I mean,
10 years
I'm not
ago.
gonna lie. All I ever did at uni is I went to class, and then I went to the subway, and then I went
Yeah.
home.
Yeah, that's fair.
Literally. Spent so much money at Subway at uni.
Right,
Yeah.
Hannah, I have a very important question.
Go on.
Pick one.
Blue right hand.
This one or this one?
I said right hand. So what's your right hand?
This is my right hand. I just didn't know if you
Then
know. You can see.
It doesn't make a difference to me. Are those fortune cookies, by the way?
Yeah.
So is this
Oh,
my fortune or yours?
Yeah, yours. I did this for Robbie earlier.
What was your fortune, Robbie?
was stupid, like a stranger's thankful for your kindness. But then Robbie's was like,
Mine just told me about myself that I already knew.
yeah, it was like,
Did it
just
say
like you-
amazing, great taste in books?
Literally, it just said you radiate kindness, and I was like,
Oh, that's nice.
"Tell me something." I started singing that Selena Gomez song. Tell me something I don't know, something I don't know.
Yeah.
Actually, Emma got a really great fortune telling us something was coming. I got
no,
told a
it
fact.
said a stranger will appreciate my gratitude or something.
No, I
Be
appreciate
nice
your
to strangers, basically.
I appreciate your gratitude.
Watch. Brew. I don't think he's about. Oh, she's run away because she saw me move. Hannah's fortune is if it's not broke, then don't fix it.
Oh, okay. I mean, that is stuff I need to remind myself on a regular basis because I do feel the need to just fix everything.
Bogies.
I don't know, that fortune seems a bit ambiguous. I don't know what to take away from that.
Literally, I find like that's with all fortune cookies. Like you read it how you want. Like I
Yeah.
think my favorite fortune I ever got was on my 18th birthday. I opened one and it was like this. Today you will receive a gift. I was like this. No fucking shit, Sherlock. It's my birthday.
But how did it know it was your birthday?
I was gonna say that's not bad. Like, you know, the chances. What are the chances?
I don't know.
I mean,
feel like-
probably.
I feel like the restaurant rigged it.
Yeah, probably. They were like, "Oh, we've got these ones specially for." I'm still not over the fact that in a university of 6,000 people, in a population of millions, somehow, that's so bizarre to
And
me.
Kingston wasn't even my first choice.
Kingston wasn't my first choice either.
Wait. What was your first choice? This will be weird if
Bath
we had the same
Spa.
first.
I wanted to go to Bath Spa,
Oh,
which is where I
that
went
was-
for my masters.
That wasn't my first choice. No, mine was Chichester.
Okay, I actually visited Chichester, but they didn't. Didn't get the grades. They said
It's a-
no, but even
it's a
before I got
very,
my
like,
grades.
Prestigious school. It's a very old person town, but I only wanted to go because it's got a great musical theatre program, and they did like this whole festival to like get shows that come to town from Chichester, and I was like,
Yeah.
that'd be nice because I personally didn't want to go to uni for what a lot of people do, which is to party. I was
Mm.
like, I just want to go and study. I just was
Yeah.
basically treating uni like it was drama school on a budget.
That's fair. That's fair.
Literally. Otherwise, I think I would have done an Emma though. I think I would have dropped out after a term.
Oh, it was fucking awful.
Because the thing is, from what I've heard from loads of my friends' things, like knowing within a term if you are going to be cast as a lead, cast as an ensemble, pretty much for the rest of your time there, going like one of my I can't remember.
It's not even that. It's like, I mean, obviously, I didn't go to a London drama school, so it's not quite the same. But my place was basically just like, who's giving us the most money? Like, the people who were getting the leads were the people who, like, there was someone whose parents owned a building round the corner. So in the year I started, they bought a new building from said person's parents, so they got it discounted. Someone's parents like helped run reception. Fucking principal, who was the biggest fucking cunt, doesn't have any MT or performance background. She just had enough money to fund the company when they were like starting. So she had like all this and everything, and she had no fucking clue what she was talking about. And like,
I'd like to point out that is the second time you've dropped the C-bomb in my presence at all, and it's in the same live stream.
I don't say a lot, but that
Shit, what? I know. I was like, Emma's like F being monetized right now.
But honestly, it's like, I just, oh no, like, it just did do my nutting. Like, but what really drove me to leave? I mean, I paid $5,000 for their foundation year, and our acting classes were non-existent. Like, we never really did anything. We had this. The lady was lovely. She was this old lady who like wrote plays and shit, and she had written a play about the Covenanters, or like a religious thing. And it was basically like 6 months of reading books on these women. And then I think we were supposed to get like her play, and we were going to like add, so I don't even know, like I left. We did a shitload of like dancing and bodycon and stuff. But then for singing, we had one singing class. And by singing class, I mean the very start of term, like 3 weeks in. So not even the very start. It was actually probably about a month down. I was like, right, these are going to sing something. We sang not even 8 bars in front of the other 5 girls. And that was it. And then after the Christmas break, they do this thing called 3-song presentation. And it's when the entire college comes together over 3 days, and it goes by year group. So you have the foundations, the actors, and the dancers who aren't, like, the foundations are intending to go on to sing, but we're like the least qualified. So we had to go up, and then you have the first years, second years, third years. Third years who've obviously been training a hell of a lot of time. And they were like, yeah, you have to go up there and sing 3 full songs in front of everyone. And I was like, I've not even had one singing lesson. Like, I've not had a singing lesson. We've not done singing classes. I haven't even sang properly in front of my peers, let alone fucking Thomas Docherty, who ends up getting cast in the Descendants 2 movie. So, absolutely not doing that.
I love him.
I had a conversation with him about Catholicism and pheasant shooting once.
I love him.
How bougie of you.
Literally, I think I would have died. I'd be like, marry me
Well,
now.
not famous then, was he? He was in drama school.
Have you seen him anyway?
Yes, I saw him then. And it was such a forward drama school. There was no like official changing room. There was like one locker room up the stairs that was a semi-actors private singing room. And at the new like building, there was also like a locker room, but again, wasn't really very big, and it was shared, like we were communal. And I just remember once one of my friends, Bola, she was getting dressed and she was in her bra, and this boy walked in, she was like, oh, and he was like, oh, don't worry, love, I'm gay. We're like, yeah, you're staying here. Kind of expected that. Yeah,
just like
people,
standard thing you expect to hear at drama school.
You're like, this is not what I signed up for. I did not pay $5,000 to get semi-naked in front of attractive people.
I did. No, I'm joking.
How old are you? Did you answer that? I think I don't know.
28. 29 in 3 weeks. Just thought I'd share that.
I'm 19.
Which is the biggest lie you've heard. I love Jay's lies, but you lot are clearly entertaining. Thanks, Emily.
Thanks.
Drama GCSE is from the practitioners that we learn about something that's going to make some really sense. Honestly, drama in high school is like the worst thing. It's just it's full of people that take it because it's easy, or it's dive.
And then they just don't, like, that's the thing. I remember
half the teachers just don't give a shit then as well. Like my drama teacher, bless him, he was like a decent drama teacher, but he knew that there was approximately 2 of us in the class that actually cared. I was too anxious. See, I was this person that internally I had this world in my head where like I was gonna be Samantha Barks and I was gonna go to Broadway and everything. In reality, I had no experience doing this sort of thing and was undiagnosed autistic, and thought fucking scared me. And I left school halfway through 5th year. and then missed out on doing drama, and then went back for 6 years and didn't take drama. So there was really only one girl in the class that had like any inkling on doing drama seriously. Funnily enough, she ended up going to my drama school. I told her all the horror stories, convinced her like not to do it, and then she went, and she was one of the favorites because she was like one of those weirdos that has enough energy to basically live there 24/7 and just do everything they ask. Like, it's the sort of place where they would be like, "Oh, I need a coffee." So then one of the students would like run and buy them a coffee, and it's like, it's all just about bribery and money. It's all it is. I should
don't
not
like
have
that.
got a place. And this. I think that's what pissed me off, because it's like, I got in on the foundation course. Most people don't apply for that course because it's not the real course. And so it's like, I got in. Two people that were there were at the part-time like kids classes. They got into the foundation course, and it's like, I got in and a couple others, and I was like, this is basically just the course that you make up for the few people who want to do musical theatre, probably aren't good enough. Like, some of us obviously might have been, but it's like, I don't know if I genuinely had potential or if it was just, fuck it, she's going to give us the money. Because as I say, like, they did nothing. The only reason I think we got the dance classes was because one of the other full-time courses, I think it was the actors, used to come in with us, and because the actors course was a 3-year course, they had to maybe put a bit more effort to make it look legit. But every class that was just the foundies, we didn't do anything. I was like, what's the point of me being here?
What was the name of the school you were at?
The MJ Academy in Edinburgh.
Oh, okay.
So that when I went for my masters, my dream school was up in Scotland.
But do you know what though, right? My favourite thing was how the owners of it would constantly be like, you know, don't slander, your image online is everything, because they'll look into that at jobs and everything. And like, some of it was obvious, like advice, like, you know, don't talk shit in the waiting room, because a lot of the time they fake someone auditioning who's actually, you know, a staff member, seeing if you're talking shit or if you're like crappy to work with. But they would always say, like, you know, don't like blast things on social media, like just don't do it. They had issue with the internet, so their public, like, school Facebook page was them tagging BT and being like, this is atrocious that we're having these issues and you will not solve them. It is affecting how we run our business. And I was like, the fact you're referring to your school as a business and not like an establishment really tells me this is a monetary thing. So like, they slandered that. The best one, and this is the one that I kind of forgive, right? So they do a New York trip in the January every year. So naturally I was like, I want to go. So like, I literally held off telling him I wasn't going back until after the New York trip. But I don't know what happened, but we were going through with, I want to say it was Thomas Cook or Thompson's, one of those that ended up going bust. This was like back in 2014-15. We
were busy partying in Kingston by this point.
But literally, whatever happened, the company, something had went wrong. So we're having like the Christmas show rehearsals, and they call a bunch of us. They're like, oh, people going on an America trip, come here. And they're like, oh, we need to speak to a few of you. And they called out a couple names, including mine. And we're like, what is it? They're like, oh, you know how we've been having some problems? And we're like, yeah. And I don't know what the issue was. And we were like, you're going to say we're not going. There was an issue because like, they were going on Facebook and they were slating this travel company, being like, we're never going to use you. You're so awful. Like, they weren't even like being constructive. They were not. Their bashing got 7 of us upgraded to business class. I got to fly business class my first long haul flight. It was fucking brilliant. But I was just like, how can you sit there, like, me doing this, me talking on this live stream, like, it's the sort of thing that they would be like, don't do that, don't slander somewhere. Because like, they would be like, what if you wanted to go into the industry in the future and, you know, the owners of MJ saw this, they wouldn't hire you. And I'm like, you did the exact fucking thing. So, I still want to do theatre. I just do not have the physical capability of doing so at this point. So unless theatre decides to become more accessible for those with chronic illness, which it just can't unless it wants to hire like 4 of us for the same role, it just ain't gonna happen. So I will slander them because of the trauma that I, like, literally some of the shit that they would put people through. Hannah, shut up. I was ready to stop sprinting for that first 25-minute sprint, so...
No, I've enjoyed it. I like the chatting parts.
We've already established that it's you two that do the majority of the chat.
Yeah, I can't help it if you've introduced me to my new best
quiet
friend.
for the last 5 minutes, thanks.
More
not
than
gonna lie,
Tuesdays.
I've just finished editing my video. I'm not gonna lie.
Excellent. Can't wait to watch it.
How
Yeah, why
rude.
No, I'm not being rude. I was letting you talk, and I was nodding.
I think she's talking about the subscribing and unsubscribing bit.
I was replying to Rosie.
Oh. I was about to say. I was here.
No, Rosie said, "God damn, unsubscribed," and then subscribed again.
I mean, that's YouTube.
Some of these hard things. I'm in Scotland as well, so like school systems are different. It's so hard. If it was me, like if I could go back to like your age, with what I knew now, I would be like, just drop it. It's not worth it. But I know that in that moment, I don't know.
It does make me wonder if for those people, I appreciate it's not for everyone. Some people want to go to acting classes because they actually want to develop their craft and they do see it as a craft and something like that. And, you know, even like the essay sides of it and like developing understanding of how plays and theatre and stuff like that works, fine. If you're not in that category and you're just in the, I'm spending my money because I want to get ahead, why are they not just getting themselves an agent? Like, why not put the money to that degree? Do you know what I mean?
Emily's in high school.
No, I don't mean Emily. I mean, like, you're talking about like the people that you went to school with.
I mean, that's what happened to me. Like, I've told Emma about this. Like, I've never been asked since I left university where I studied, what I got. I've just got work. Like, I'm not one of those people who can be like, I've worked with so and so and so and so and so and so. But I've worked with a lot of things. I've done movies. I've done music videos. I've traveled the world. But like, I've never once been asked where I trained, and I kind of wish I skipped uni, saved the money, and went straight away.
When my start in theatre was like a small like summer like holidays type thing. Like we did it in the school holidays. Like we'd do a September weekend. We'd do like small workshops and stuff. And we obviously being in Edinburgh, we could get people from like the touring productions. And we did a Phantom of the Opera. Like I don't even think it was a Phantom of the Opera workshop, but we had Errol Carpenter come in and talk to us. And he straight up, he was like, I didn't get trained. He's like, I only ever did Amdram. And he really tried drilling it into us that was okay. And I'm like, do you know what? It is. Like, I'm sorry, but if reality stars, you know, how many people go and I'm a celebrity, sing a little song because they're bored, and then suddenly they're in Panto or they're the celebrity cast in a certain show. And it's not that they're not good and don't deserve it, but it's like, why do people plug drama school as the be all and end all? When at the end of the day, like, I have seen plenty of shows, including shows like, fuck it, when I saw Dear Evan Hansen on Broadway, the girl playing, forgot her fucking name, Connor's sister, Zoe. I was going to say Lucy, I was like, it's not Lucy. The girl playing Zoe, right? She was incredible. And I was like, where is this girl from? Like, where did she train? This was October. She graduated high school before the summer.
Was that was it the original girl that you saw?
No, this was 2018.
Okay.
But like they literally plucked her out of high school. Like, and I love that. Like Dear Evan Hansen now, like they are casting people that are like in drama school, but you know, it's like they took her from high school. Like she wasn't at like a professional college or anything. Like she was a literal high school graduate.
Because do you know what it is? Do you know why that is though? Because there's a massive difference between West End casting and Broadway casting. So West End casting is very closed doors, while Broadway, they open cast for everything. They allow. Like, I remember the woman who got the lead role waitress. She was an unknown. She completely came out of nowhere, auditioned, and got picked. She was the best person for the role.
Like, I mean, look at Samantha Barks getting into Pretty Women. Like, not that she doesn't deserve that, but she hadn't really done stage theatre. Like, after Les Mis, like 10 years ago now, she hadn't really done very much in that, like, grand scale of things. And now she's got Frozen London because she was on Broadway. But, I mean, it blows my mind. The kids on Broadway, there are teenagers. fucking Presley Ryan. This girl was in Beetlejuice in the ensemble at 14. She was going to high school and then going and being an ensemble, and she was understudying Lydia. And then she got at like just before she turned 16, before lockdown, she was the replacement for Sofia Caruso for Lydia, for the main lead. And I'm like, you are a teenager. And Broadway was like, yeah, this character's a teenager, so we're going to cast a teenager. Over here, they're like, you're over 10, bye.
My uncle's claim to fame is that he was in, like, he used to do amateur dramatics, and his understudy was Jude Law. Only Jude Law couldn't make it to the final performance because he was too busy filming Alfie. So
Weeks.
I don't think he ever went to drama school either.
Karis, I literally said in the group chat with Zoe where I was going to be today.
I've been replying anyway. I've been communicating. Just not as much.
So
There's never any reading happening when you come, because you come after a sprint when we're talking, and also at 11:15 at night, which is at least 2 hours after I intended to finish the sprints, but I went for a little bit longer because Hannah was busy earlier and I wanted to give her some sprints. Because I'm in night.
You're such a good friend. Like, so supportive.
Teacher training is more important than life with a friend.
I mean, that's why British should totally stab Caesar.
I don't even know where that came from.
It's Mean Girls.
Oh, fucking look! I've told you I'm
fake Mean Girls watcher.
And for you, Glen Coco. You go, Glen Coco.
Iconic. Probably the most iconic line in cinema history now, let's be real.
I mean, that whole film, from like everything Damien says is just
literally,
Danny DeVito, I love your work.
And it's such a shame because he's so talented and he should have got so much more work after that.
I think the problem is he later went on to do that film I Spit on Your Grave. Have you seen that? It's a horror film. Oh my god, it's so dark. So basically they kidnap a writer. Basically this writer goes to like do like a writer's retreat by herself, and she like rents out this cabin in the middle of nowhere, except she makes the mistake of like stopping at a petrol station and talking to the petrol station attendant, and is like, oh yeah, I'm gonna be at this place, blah blah blah. He's like, what, by yourself? And she at that point twigs that that's not, it's weird. So she's just like, oh no, like there's gonna be a group of us. But obviously she's completely on her own, and like a couple of days pass and he turns up with like a whole group of his friends and a police officer, and they do horrible things to her. And then the rest of the film is her getting her own back because she's a writer and she can think of all these creative ways to kill them. But he's in it and it's brutal. And I've not been able to look at him the same since.
I mean, I've only ever seen him in one thing since, which was that NBC show, TV series in 2018 with Jonathan Groff, Looking.
Don't know it.
Pretty much, it's just a gay series set in New York about a bunch of gay characters, and he was in that. And I was like, it's Glen Coco!
Can we just talk about, though, how amazing the casting is for Brie and Emma? Sorry, I'm trying to find pictures.
I was going to say, I think Emma's batteries are running flat.
Yeah. See, you know, they like. Does that not just look like? I don't know if it's just me, but like, that just looks like he looked like that character.
Yeah.
Who is that?
I don't know what the actual name is. When I can tell you, because I have photos. No, I can't because it has his actual character
Is that
name.
the person playing Glen Coco? I mean,
No,
Damien.
I think I only got a photo of him. The Mean Girls were just staying in programs because they were busy. You know, so
not gonna lie. West End, cast me, please.
Do you know what's really fucking funny to me? So I vlogged my trip to New York in 2018 with my friend Aaron. He was just there for the theater. I was there to do shit that I never got to do like other times I was in New York. One, because the drama school was shitty, and then the other time just because I was busy. And we went to Kinokuniya, which is like a Japanese stationers and like bookshop. And I was like, browsing around blogging. Aaron was like, I think we had just been at the like Game of Thrones HBO store across the street, and by this point, like that was the only thing he'd got to do this day. Look at the face on this man. As it pans around. Look, that is the face of death. That's what happens when your friend lures you into. This is what happens when your friend lures you into a trip to New York for Samantha Barks Broadway and just drags you around every bookstore.
Literally, I would sleep with one eye open.
Oh, we were sharing a bed as well. Oh, it was brilliant.
Yeah.
That was the day actually that we went to the public library. I think that was our last day, and we had like nothing else to do. So we went to the public library, and as we were up in the lift, we were going to the kids' room so we could go and see Winnie the Pooh. And we got, well, Aaron works for Apple, so Apple has this thing that their staff members' phones get alerts. He gets this alert on his phone. It's like, warning, bomb threat 2 blocks away. Do not leave the building. And I was like, okay. And we're in a lift around people. And it was one of those lifts that's like kind of old. So you're like, we're only going up like 2 floors. Why is it still like not opening yet? We're like, I'm like, can't panic because there's kids in here. And if we mention a bomb threat, because it was that time in 2018 when like all the bomb packages were getting sent to like Profile Places in America. So there was one sent there, and I think that one got diffused. And then that was like the Tuesday. And then on the Friday, our last day, we were walking up the west side of Central Park to go to the Natural History Museum. And there was like a shitload of police cars, fire trucks, ambulance, like all just kind of like at a standstill on the road. And obviously it's Manhattan. You're just thinking, oh, that, you know, emergency vehicles, it happens. Traffic standstills, it happens. Then you're like, hold on, why is there so many in a row? So like we're walking, we can see people running in Central Park and we're like, what's going on? And then as we get further up, there's a guy that's on his radio and he's like, okay, like, cool, thanks. And we're like, we're just looking and we're like, should we be here? And he's like, oh, it's fine now. He's like, they found a bomb, but it's cool. And we're like, what? And he said, oh, he's like, it's not actually a bomb. And we're like, well, why did you just say it was? But like, they genuinely had thought they found a bomb. And they were just letting us walk right next to, like, literally, by the time that we stopped, he was getting the call to say, like, we're clear, while he could see us, and didn't think to go 2 feet away is a bag that could have an explosive fucking run. And I was like, welcome to America. Like, we were just so glad to get home that trip. But the best part is we weren't, like, even shocked. We were just like, okay, bye. Like, oh.
That's, yeah, I don't know words
Me
for that.
too.
It's great.
And I should have been for the
I was
second time.
meant to go in November last year.
Why didn't you go? Oh, last year, because it's running at 20.
Emma, do I really need to explain why?
Pandemic.
So that was my birthday present to myself. I was going on my own for 2 weeks. I was going to see every show, visit every bookshop. I was like, oh, let's go to that bookshop I saw in Emma's vlog. Let's go to that bookshop I saw in Emma's vlog.
Look at the ratties.
Cute. The more you show
Yeah.
me rats, the more I want to get rats. Except I've got cats, and that's not going to end well.
The cat that lives here. How the fuck did you get up there? Absolutely no. That is where TV cables are. Absolutely not.
No, my cat has brought mice in before. There's no way I would risk. There is
Like,
no way
nope.
I would risk her with her little hunting face.
Not today.
Not today.
Because I'm at my grand's and her cat doesn't like me and I don't like him. We avoid each other. He doesn't. Well, he tries to come in my room now because he knows there's rats. Even terrified of them. He gets near them and he's like. But yeah, he doesn't get in the room, so it's fine. Oh, Sneaksy, you come for a snuggle. I think
I tried to do New York in a weekend, and that was interesting because I don't know if you know this, but New York is massive. There are so many things to do. I was exhausted.
To be fair, I don't bring-
I wouldn't go more than like 10 days. I mean, for theatre-wise, 2 weeks is a good chunk of time, but otherwise, you would.
I think anything more than 10 days is too intense. That's a lot.
Unless you have an infinite amount of money and luggage space for the shit that you will buy in the bookshops.
I mean, Emma, you were still going by the time you got to the airport.
Exactly. I was in the airport buying books, one of which I've only just read last year.
Love that. To be fair, though, once you check in your baggage and you're through the other end, it's just carry on. At that point, they can't tell you're not allowed it because it's from duty
I had
free.
to go. I had to sneak my way through to a different terminal so I could get a Wendy's because I fucking love a
I
Wendy's.
love Wendy's.
And I couldn't like there was like obviously because I was at BookCon, I was like with people and like I had one brief moment by myself when everyone was like going out for ice cream on Saturday and I was like, bye bitches, I'm gonna see Samantha Barks front row. And then obviously I was just with people constantly and there was no Wendy's nearby like where I was going, like shops I was going to. So I was like, fuck it. I'm gonna find it at the airport. And I was like going around a completely different terminal, like, oh my knee.
That's the thing. To be fair, I find that all airports like Gatwick is the worst because you've got one amazing terminal that has everything great, and then you have the shite terminal. And my flights always go from the
From
shite.
the shit one.
Yeah, and the thing is, you want to be. I think it's the south one that is the shite one. Which
Yeah, it is.
The north one is the great one because that's where you've got the Nando's and all the great shops. Ours had nothing. Like literally,
Yeah,
like, it's
terminal.
Jamie Oliver's, and it was terrible and overpriced.
It's gross.
The first time I went to New York, we flew to Newark, and I was adamant I would never fly. What was that? Just a yawn?
Yeah, I was just yawning.
It's just Hannah reminding you you're keeping her up. No reading.
No, I've been yawning the whole time. I just was trying not to be rude about it. Sorry, you were saying about Newark.
Yeah, the first time we flew to Newark, and I was like, I'm never going back there. It's the worst airport. Flew to the next time, and I could only really get a good flight price for Newark, and I was like, fuck it, I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to have to suffer by myself. And then my mum was like, because my stepdad's his oldest daughter is now married to a guy in California, and she always flies to Newark and then flies on. And she was like, Fiona says it's really good. And I was like, well, it's fucking not. Oh my god, they've completely revamped it. It is the best place ever. Like all the areas have little seating stations that have tablets, and you can like scroll through all of the like eateries nearby and get food ordered, and they will bring it to you. So you can be sitting at this table, charging your phone, reading your book or whatever, and bring rather than you going and getting food and trying to find somewhere to sit. It was brilliant. And I was like, there's plugs everywhere. And there was actually like a food place called Novella. And I was like, I belong.
That's so cute.
Oh no.
Oh, that's sad. Oh.
Oh, the little white one with the little. So one thing I dread, like I suppose the good thing about keeping rats is that it's shitty because they don't live very long. And also, like, for me, it's like, I obviously intend to have rats for a while. I've got to work on this with my gran, because obviously when one or two of these guys get sick, I'm going to have to get more. But if my gran's like, absolutely not, once these 4 are gone, they're gone, don't think she realizes that if, like, something happens to 2 of them, I then need to rehome the other 2 because I can't put myself in a lone rat situation. So, I dread thinking of it.
Are we going to sprint anymore? Because if not, I need to go to sleep.
I'm going to go to bed.
Oh, I was so ready. I was ready to read finally.
I've never read at all, but I am ceased. I was going to sprint until 9 or 10 so that I could watch Criminal Minds and have an early night, and I'm going to be up till 3 a.m.
And you should have said, and I'd have just, I'd have just watched and then disappeared.
No, but I was getting into it as well, so I was like, fuck it. So
I'm going to read for a bit, but I want to read in the. So I've got this like little light thing, and basically it's an alarm clock.
I'm going to print again, or I'm going to go to bed. Oh, I got a light. Oh.
So I want to put that on because then it dims, and then I can fall asleep properly. But that's why I wanted to make sure that we weren't sprinting again, because I want to put that on, turn my lights off, and go to sleep. That's cute. I really want to get one of those. That's really cute.
I got one as well, but I also have this thing that you put around your neck, and this is the
smells
best.
Like a book.
I love how excited all 3 of us were. Like, right, before we go though, look at our lights. I like mine. Okay, where's this one? Can I interest you in other colours? We've got blue, we've got orange, purple.
Yeah, wait, Emma, hold it.
I haven't opened mine in so long.
Now you, Heather.
It comes down here. It
The
doesn't
warm
reach.
light. You've got the bright light.
See,
This
Hannah,
was
we're
hot.
It better.
gonna have to get you one of these, Hannah.
I know. See, I feel really bad.
Yours is from
Right? 'Cause
Ashley, right?
yeah, my birthday, 2019, I got gifted so much. And this was the best
Ooh.
thing.
And isn't that when the video cut out?
I think so, yeah. Because you don't get to see me like reacting to it. I'm turning my big light off because bedtime. But I've got this lamp which has a light bulb from IKEA and this switch.
Ooh.
Pink, well, purple, pink.
Mood.
I like that.
But it also can dim.
Oh, that's nice. That way you can just do it remotely from bed.
Yeah, literally.
That's the worst thing when you're comfy.
It's annoying because I can't put it in the ceiling light because it's a different like adaptation.
Hmm.
Yeah. Tell everyone else not to sprint when I want to sprint then. Like, sorry. So far, Emily, I don't have a video, but it might just still be sending because I know Instagram can take its sweet time sending stuff. So, anyway, I am tired. And it's been 4 hours and I only wanted to go for about 2. So addictive. Like, you always sit and it just never happens. Like, see if I wasn't falling asleep and didn't have to get up early tomorrow, I would still be here all night. But I need to run up some rats, so.
But we couldn't help it. Like, Hannah suddenly came on and suddenly you got a burst of energy.
Exactly. Hannah was my excitement.
I'm here to be your energy boost anytime.
How do you find your rat before bed, Emma? I look in the place as well. I think Sneak. I brought Sneak out. I think I hope someone's still in the cage, but I don't think so. So Sneak is potentially behind. Yep, Sneak is behind the pillows. This is what she likes to be. Berry will either be under the duvet, or potentially on the windowsill, or under the bed, curled in a blanket. Soda will be behind the bookcase. Brew will be behind the cage. Soda's going to be a bitch to find because she doesn't like coming out because she gets very comfortable behind the bookcase. But I have a shit ton of baby food, Cheerios, mealworms, dead ones. They sniff them, they come running.
And if all else fails, she sends a voice note to Karis and I saying she can't find them.
And panicking. No, do you know what? See, at this point, I would just leave the cage open and go to sleep. Don't go back in when they're hungry. Thank you. I'm
Thanks,
glad you
Rosie.
enjoyed Robbie's gay hand. Oh, well, I'm glad between me and Jade and everyone else's sprints, you've had a good time. And
Same.
I hope
Just
you felt you
lives for
sprinted
everyone.
more, at least at the beginning. So hopefully Tuesday sprints are successful and we sprint often. And where is my button? I can never ever, like, I'm always like, where am I going? Am I going to the top?
It's in the same place every time.
Every time, and I'm always like, well, thank you very much for watching. I will make sure to tag these guys below. Do you have anything you want to plug? Any upcoming videos or whatever?
I posted a video today. And actually, I'm thinking of setting up a subscription box with Waypoint. So I'll put the link for the form with Emma and she can share that there.
We'll have a birthday celebration for Emily on Tuesday.
And then for me, I've just had a read-along announcement go up on my channel. Me and 4 other people on BookTube, we are going to be hosting a read-along starting from next month of the 3 Dark Crown series called Then Burn Along.
Love that.
Yeah, it's so funny because Robbie hadn't told me about that, and then I was voice noting him about a subscription box that I got. Like, they include the fucking novella bind-up for this series. I'm not interested. And he's like, interesting.
Because I love that series. Bye, Emily.
Bye.
Bye, everyone else, and we'll see. I say we'll see you on Tuesday. I mean, you'll see me. These two are. If
We
they
might
haven't
be, yeah.
realised.
We certainly won't be on time.
me and Hannah might host a live.
Oh, don't tempt me. It'd be hilarious.
Oh, do you know what? I'm just gonna set one up on my channel and just leave. See what happens.
Just let the rats run it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Bye.
Bye.